Hello, good morning. Hello, good morning. I'm welcoming you to the Greek leg of the Meta-Xenakis Global Symposium. It is the fourth leg of the symposium that we have organized between France, the United States, Greece, Mexico, and Japan. This whole idea of Meta-Xenakis started about 2 years ago, thanks to Sharon Kanak, who is the soul of this international manifestations for Xenakis. Sharon Kanak is actually a great friend and collaborator of Yannis Xenakis for many years, and the president of SIX, of Centre Yannis Xenakis in France, in Rouen. And she came to Greece and she invited the XIME, the center that Xenakis created in Greece, in order to celebrate the centenary of Xenakis' birthday, which would be 2021. So she had the idea of doing something very important for Xenakis, and she thought that the two institutions that Xenakis created in his life, one in Greece and one in France, should do something for that. Meanwhile, we thought that we could invite more people and institutions to celebrate. So we ended up with 3 continents and 5 countries. And from Greece, we also have, except for the XIME, we also have the Athens Conservatoire that is actually organizing this conference in collaboration with XIME and the Ionian University, the Center of Research and Documentation of the Athens Conservatoire. We have the Ionian University, thanks to which we have this streaming all around the world. We have the music library Lilian Voudouri, who has also organized very interesting public speeches and an exhibition and things, many other things, workshops on Xenakis. And the Greek Composers Union that organized a composition competition. Of course, the Ionian University, has also prepared a documentary on Xenakis, and we will see a presentation about it at the end of our today's Greek leg. Let me start by thanking some people. I want to do it now because at the end of the day, we'll all be tired and I might forget someone. To begin with, Sharon Kanak, who has been a very close collaborator to all this international project. From the Greek part, we worked very hard with Katerina Tsioukra, who's also presenting something today in organizing all that. Of course, Haris Xanthidakis, who is the director of the Center of Research and Documentation of the Athens Conservatoire, who also was a good...
Despite my Magritte painting.
who also was a student of Xenakis and one of the first who worked for the XIME and the UPIC in Greece. And of course, L'École Française d'Athènes, who's hosting us today here. I owe them a great thank you, because they responded last moment due to a last minute change. So I really want to thank the directrice Véronique Shankowski, Iokasti Kamenou, Laurent Grimillet, and mostly Panayota Anagnostou, who's without whom we wouldn't be able to be here and make this Zoom. From the Ionian University, I want to thank the rector Andreas Flores for embracing all this effort, and the Department of Audiovisual Arts, Andreas Yiannopoulos, the web team, and of course the people who worked for the documentary, but you will hear more about all that today. I want to thank Iosif Papadatos for all the effort he did with the Greek Composers Union and the competition. He might say a couple of words, perhaps. He's the first speaker.
Okay.
And I hope I'm not forgetting anyone. And of course, people who are helping us here with the Zoom, Petros Steriopoulos and Angelos Mitsios, who work, and Niki Krasaki, who work at the Athens Conservatoire Research and Documentation Center, and then they're volunteering as everyone here. This is a non-budget project. And of course, Thanos Bikos, our technician for the sound.
Engineer.
I'm very glad. I will just give the word to the pianist and associate professor at the University of Ioannina, Lorenda Ramo, who will be the moderator of the first session. And I just want to say that I'm very pleased that we finally are here and doing all that. Yesterday I had the chance to see a little bit of the streaming, and it's amazing that we managed to do the 41-hour marathon symposium all around the world. This was an idea of Katerina Tsukra. She had the idea of making a marathon symposium for Xenakis, who also is the one who coined the Meta-Xenakis as our title. So I want to remind everyone who is in this room that the microphones are here in the table. So if you want to ask something, you just need to approach, and everyone will have your sound. And please, whoever is on the Zoom, don't switch on your microphone. Thank you. You want to perhaps say a couple of words?
Perhaps, yes, because Xenakis was an international composer. He was born Greek, and he died as Frenchman. So θα ήθελα να χαιρετήσω, να καλωσορίσω όσους από τους παρακολουθούντες στην σημερινή εντελώς περίπλοκη διαδικασία ενός υπερσύγχρονου συνεδρίου. Έτσι θα γίνονται τα συνέδρια στο μέλλον, φαντάζομαι, ή έτσι ή ακόμη καλύτερα ή ακόμη χειρότερα, εξαρτάται πώς το εννοεί κανείς. Να καλωσορίσω λοιπόν τους ανθρώπους που θα έχουν την υπομονή να ακούσουν τα ενδεχομένως μέτρια αγγλικά μας. Alors, je voudrais avoir l'occasion de saluer les francophones qui suivront notre aventure, notre péripétie, pour utiliser un mot grec. Xenakis fut un compositeur à la fois grec, français et international. Alors, je voudrais saluer les gens qui seront obligés de suivre notre utilisation médiocre d'un anglais internationalisé, peut-être, Mais de toute façon, soyez les bienvenus.
Good morning. I would also like to thank the organization of this event for the invitation and to welcome our local and our international audience in this session. The title of the session is Yannis Xenakis, the composer. And our first speaker is Joseph Papadatos. Joseph is the president of the Union of Greek Composers and the Dean of the Department of Music of Ionian University in Corfu. He studied composition with Yannis Ioannidis and with Gunther Becker at Robert Schumann Hochschule in Düsseldorf. He also studied electronic music with Clarence Barlow and Byzantine music with Dimitris Terzakis. He has written pieces in many different genres: symphonic works, opera, chamber and solo pieces, music for theater and ancient drama. Many of these pieces were commissions performed all over Europe and North America. He has been a scholar of DAAD, of Darmstadt Ferienkurse für Neue Musik, and of Centre Acante in 1985 in order to study with Yannis Xenakis. He was awarded first prizes in international competitions in Italy, Hungary, and Dimitri Mitropoulos composition competition in Greece. The title of his talk is Two Conversations with Yannis Xenakis. Please, Yosif, welcome you here.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much. Dear friends, I saw and heard Yannis Xenakis for the first time in the 70s, when I was still at school, in a lecture by him at the Olympia Theatre, which housed then the Greek National Opera. A long speech attended by many people, extremely interesting, and for me, who had little contact with the avant-garde at the time, I would venture to say, says it. A little later, my teacher in the music composition class, conductor and composer Yannis Ioannidis, brought us into contact with the work and achievements of Xenakis. While composing my first orchestral work, Studying the Obsession, I was influenced by the work of the first period, such as Metastasis, Pithoprakta, and others. At the premiere of the work that took place as a part of the Athens Festival in Odeon of Herodes Atticus in September 1981, I had the opportunity to meet Xenakis for the first time. The meeting was very short, and I, due to my youth, was very reserved, despite all the suggestions and positive comments from him. The next day, in the same place, we attended an excellent performance of Sandré, which really excited me. Later, teaching composition, I devote a significant part of the analysis time to the works of Xenakis. I believe that this giant of music has led us to an unprecedented listening experience, which cannot be ignored in any way. In articles I wrote, my speeches, as well as in the lessons and lectures, I have referred many times to the perception of the imaginary musical space and sound masses, having written and published their definitions and characteristics. Today, I will refer to the two incidents which my students are aware of but I have never presented it publicly. I think it's interesting to hear from people who know the man and study the creator's work. Of course, any narration of this kind inevitably has elements of subjectivity. For this reason, although I will include some of my thoughts, which I had mentioned to Xenakis, I will make every effort to be as objective as possible. As a composition student in Germany, I received a scholarship which allowed me to participate in the summer seminar of Yannis Xenakis in Delphi, Greece in 1985. The whole organization, the talks, the concerts, and the discussions with other composers and musicologists studying the composer's work, all this has remained indelibly in my memory. I consider it to be one of the most productive periods of my studies. In this context, I was given the opportunity to meet Xenakis twice. Both times, on his own initiative, we exceeded the meeting time limit set by the seminar secretariat. Most of the participants asked during the short meetings for his opinions on their projects and compositions. Instead, I decided to refer only to the works of the composer that I had studied, make questions and ask some things for which I wanted confirmation. For this part, Xenakis referred to two works which I did not know well at the time, and he had all the passion and willingness to explain his thinking to me in detail. These are the works Nshima, for two female voices, two horns, two trombones, and violoncello, and Ice, for baritone and orchestra. In the scores which he gave me, there are his autograph notes using a pencil. Conversations were held in Greek, while lectures and lessons were in English or French. At the first meeting, I presented to him the analysis I had made of the orchestral work of Jonset. I consider this work, even today, as one of the best works of the composer, with excellent technique, with clear ideas and distinct orchestration and dynamism. I also believe that this is a work that deserves to be included in the repertoire. Looking at my notes, we talked for quite some time about the polyphonic first part and the archetypical melody on which it is based, with the corresponding variations in the rhythmic flow, as well as the shifts of Eratosthenes' theory regarding the choice of the notes of the scale he used. He mentioned this phenomenon quite often as flowing of the flow of music, using the English language, which was rare in private conversations. He also referred several times to the melodies of the string section and multiple divisi in relation to the first part of the work, as well as the scale on which this part is based. We also discussed in detail the part of the work with its continuing rhythmic layering. The third part of the work clearly shows the composer's intention to superimpose different sound events. At the end of the first discussion, I asked Xenakis about the three parts of the composition. First, the dense lines of the melodic material which appear in the first part constitute the first appearance of the phenomenon interpreting the title of the work, which alludes to the dense branches. Second, in the second part, the corresponding work is done with the rhythmic patterns. Third, in the third part, the process combines different sound layers and sound events. Xenakis agreed with the above. Continuing my research, I broadened our discussion and referred to a personal approach with a philosophical starting point. I had told him that the macroform reminds me of the three levels of the Pythagorean teaching. In the first, where ethos is taught. In the second, purification, where the theory of number and theology is taught. And in the third, realization, where the cosmology, psychology, and the course on the evolution of the soul is explained. I dared to do so, knowing Xenakis' unwillingness for such references, as well as the important for his creative work, the relation with the thought of pre-Socratic philosophers, and I understood that such a reference was risky. To my surprise, the composer did not deny anything. He told me that I would mention what I mentioned may well be true, but he would never confirm it to me. And after that, he laughed out loud, dispelling rumors that he was silent and aloof. In our second meeting, I mentioned my analytical work on the sensational work Sandré. At this point, I would like to read the short text of that the composer has written as a preface on the score. He writes, before autumn, before summer, before its season, when the sky is fluffy, when it descends and meets the earth, all is white like opaline then. And it lasts sometimes a long time. Neither fog nor dew, but ashness, Sandré. End of quotation. A reflective, subjective, and emotional test, an unusual text for Xenakis. We discussed about the imposing masses of the string, the crying of the tenor, the diatonic, archaic, as he mentioned, melodic material of the horns, the famous woodwind episode. The work was written in 1973 and not in 1974, as incorrectly printed in the score by Salabert Publishing House. The composer said in his speech, to which I have referred at the beginning of this brief report, that while writing the work, he had constantly in mind the political situation, that is, the dictatorships in Portugal and Greece. At this point, I would like to refer to the third and younger brother of Yannis Xenakis, Jason Xenakis, who was a philosopher and professor of ancient Greek philosophy in the United States. He was an important scholar of the ancient Greek philosopher Epicurus. In the early 70s, Jason Xenakis committed suicide, which deeply shocked his brother. The compositions of Yannis Xenakis of this period are distinguished by the mode of absence and loss. As an example, I will mention the titles of his works in 1973. First, Evriali, a mermaid of ancient Greek mythology, the sister of Medusa, who is located at the western end of the world. Second, Sandré, the season pass, neither fog nor dew, but ashes. Third, Eridanos, the name of the river, which according to the ancient Greek mythology, also flows into the underworld. After what I told him, Xenakis did not want to answer immediately. He remained silent for a while, shaking his head. To another question, whether the particular composition could be carried out by electronic equipment, he answered directly and laconic, of course, without changing a single note. This confirmed the feeling I had when I first heard Sandré, the composer, having drawn material from the composition processes, in a corresponding way transferred his ideas to the stage. At one point, I mentioned him an error in the numbering of measures, which I had found in one of his orchestral pieces. He burst out loud, laughing, and told me, but the notes are correct. The last time I saw Xenakis was at the premiere of the work Échange he wrote for bass clarinet and 13 musicians with soloist Haris Parnay on April 26, 1989 at the Paradiso Concert Hall in Amsterdam. We talked quite a bit on the sideline of the concert, but I don't want to go into the content of the conversation at the moment. Closing, I would like to thank the organizers for the excellent initiative, as well as you for listening to me so patiently. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Joseph, for sharing those memories with us. And if there are any questions from the audience or from people who are listening online, they can write them in the chat section. Okay, there is something on the chat. Oh, no. No, so we can go on with our second speaker, who is Dimitri Desilas. Dimitri is a renowned percussionist with an impressive international career. He studied at the Philharmonic Society of Corfu, the Athens Conservatoire, and with Raymond Desroches and Roland Kohlhoff in New York, as well as with Rainer Siegers in Berlin. Concerning Xenakis, he had performed not only all his solo percussion works, but he also gave the world premiere of Persephassa for one player, playing simultaneously live with the pre-recorder 5 other parts of the piece. He also gave the world premiere of Dmaten in the version of saxophone and percussion in the presence of the composer. Psapha, played by Dimitris Desilas in 2012, was the first music piece heard at Dionysus Theatre under the Athens Acropolis after 2,500 years. In May 2019, he created a Xenakis Polytopon at the Diagile Festival in Perm after the invitation of Theodore Kourenzis, performing all Xenakis solo percussion works. He collaborated with Marta Argerich, Misha Maisky, Robert Wilson, Theodore Kourenzis, Gary Barton, Sir Neville Mariner, George Kouroupos, Theodore Antoniou, Thanos Mitkroutsikos, and George Petrou. He's founder of Kyklos, Contemporary Music Ensemble, and Tipana, a percussion ensemble, together with his students. He's solo timpanist at Camerata Armonia Atenea Orchestra and Music Eterna, and he's professor of timpani and percussion at the Athens Conservatoire. The title of his talk is Fundamental Readings of Xenakis Percussion. Dimitri?
Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, I would like to express my gratitude to the organization of this wonderful meeting and sharing, the Meta-Xenakis Global Symposium. Yes, it is true that we are all standing here to celebrate Yannis Xenakis' legacy. From my side, as a percussion performer, having collaborated with Yannis Xenakis himself and performed his works worldwide, I am here looking through my percussion lenses at the creation of his masterpieces to travel in history that led us here today and present the requirements needed from any percussion player so that she or he will be able to communicate with his writing and eventually to perform his music. In other words, to read him. We have already landed on the year 2022. The global percussion family is celebrating Yannis Xenakis. The Greek-French composer stands on the highest step of appreciation among the percussion community. Performing his works is a goal to achieve for every classical percussionist in the planet. Performing his solos is for sure the dream of almost every classical percussion student. Nowadays, hundreds of percussion performers present their view of Psapha and Rebons. Many perform Okho. Some of them present Dmaten, Komboi, and Cassandra Sin, and percussion ensembles not so often, Opheras, Persephassa, and Pleiades. This is undoubtedly an absolute phenomenon. People now appear more and more in concerts to experience Xenakis program. We could assume that Yannis enjoys the appreciations, the acceptance, the admiration, and the respect for his work now more than ever, 21 years after his journey to the stars. But was it like this in the beginning? Did musicians and audience accept, embrace, and follow his work? Was Xenakis' music in high demand? The answer is no. Absolutely not. But why? I think the answer to this question lies on two major reasons. The first reason applies to the first receivers, the musicians, percussionists, and has to do with technical reasons. The technical requirements, the rhythm complexity, the huge, enormous amount of information on a single part, the multiple of simultaneous layers were elements impossible for the performer of the time to adapt and accomplish. The second reason is that the fact that for the Western classical music community, Xenakis' music was not music. For the musicians, a not comprehensible writing, for the audience, unheard, unfamiliar, violent, and not understandable massive sounds. A different, exotic, and unknown code. So, how did we reach the level we enjoy today? How did we cover the distance? By what means did we open our minds and hearts? To confront these critical questions, we have to analyze the evolution, and to analyze the evolution, we have to go horizontally through history. Nowadays, we are more or less familiar with the term percussion soloist. We all have the picture of a single percussionist on stage, independent, performing on huge percussion setups, consisted of numerous known and unknown instruments. Of course, it was not always like this. Origins. Percussion history goes along with the history of mankind. From the early years, on every corner of the world, in every civilization, percussion were used to give the pulse, the signals, the rhythm. In this way, through the ages, special instruments were created, new rhythms were established, percussion ensembles were formed so that people everywhere could sustain their customs and identity, their tradition. Traditional percussion players around the world developed ways and special techniques, kept their unique characteristics, and passed their conquered knowledge from generation to generation. Their tradition survived in the centuries so that we can still meet today the gamelan ensembles of Bali and Indonesia, the Japanese ritual drummers, the Calypso marimba ensembles, and many, many others. Their common characteristic is that they play by heart without using scores. They are allowed to improvise, and they are free in a way to create new shapes, always under the basic rules of their tradition. They keep their way of playing to today, same instruments, same patterns, as it always was and always will be. No fundamental changes. From the aspect of classical percussion, already from the Renaissance time, Baroque days, and the genesis of the classical era of the so-called Western classical music, percussion becomes a part which serves two main purposes: rhythm and theatrical/drama effects. The first classical percussionists are coming from the traditional environment. They play by ear and instinct, in many cases improvising, and they become members of the orchestra. In the centuries to come, the 19th and the first half of the 20th, the orchestra grows up, and along with the orchestra, the percussion section grows in a geometrical scale. From Mozart, Haydn, and Beethoven to Stravinsky, Bartók, and Richard Strauss, instruments from all over the world are adapted and find their post in the orchestra. The two timpani of the Mozart era become a set of 5, even 6. And from the Turkish percussion band, coming for the first time at Mozart's opera, The Abductions from the Seraglio, a new universe of African and Asian instruments is added to the percussion family. New techniques, new colors appear at the written parts, and precision in the interpretation becomes absolutely necessary. Schools are created, books are published, and different sticks are manufactured to reach the desirable result of the new color palette. The simple role of the beginning now becomes more and more demanding. Short and wider solos make their appearances, and beside all, percussion role becomes melodic, meaning that percussion starts to play also the dominant role instead of the supporting one. Percussion players of the orchestra become soloistic. Percussion instruments in the early 20th century come in front of the orchestra, and the compositions for percussion as a solo instrument is a fact. Darius Milhaud, Bela Bartok, Nikos Kalkotas, Werner Terchen, Andreas Olivet composed concertos and solos for percussion and orchestra. In the 30s, John Cage and Lou Harrison created the first percussion ensemble influenced by the music of the world. Elliot Carter, Morton Feldman, and Karl-Heinz Stockhausen composed their famous solo for percussion alone. The percussionist now is virtuosic, polyphonic, autonomous, a man orchestra. Dear friends, somewhere here, Yannis Xenakis makes his appearance in the world of pure percussion. Yannis Xenakis was a scholar of classical music. His admiration and knowledge was deep and sincere. He knew the structure, the abilities of the orchestra, and the instrumentation in detail. In addition, Xenakis was a collector. He was collecting sounds, colors, and instrumental idioma from all over the world. He combined them with the instruments of the symphony orchestra, and above all, he brought the non-written music of the tradition on the paper. In his way, and his way was complicated, extremely sophisticated, and almost impossible to be performed, at least in the first years. Yannis Xenakis makes his breakthrough in the percussion world by presenting his first percussion masterpiece, Persephassa, for percussion ensemble in 1969. It is the beginning of an absolutely creative and unique era of composition for percussion. He continues with works in chronological order: Psapfa for solo percussion, 1975, Pleiades for percussion ensemble, 1978, Ice for baritone solo percussion and orchestra in 1980, Cassandra Scene for amplified baritone and percussion, 1987, Rebonds for percussion solo, 1988, Ofa for percussion and amplified harpsichord, 1989, Okho for 3 djembe players, 1989, Zithos for trombone and percussion ensemble, 1996. All these solos are dedicated to the pioneer and great French-Spanish percussion soloist, Silvio Gualda. I had the privilege to be his student. And all the big percussion ensemble works to the Percussion de Strasbourg, founded in 1962. From 1969 and for the years to come, Gualda and the Strasbourgers are the only who perform Xenakis percussion works for a long period. Krumata, the Swedish percussion ensemble, founded in 1978, add themselves to the interpretation of the big percussion ensemble. Gert Mortensen performed the Psapfa, and slowly the work of Xenakis starts to be known more and more, first by live performances and discography, and since the internet era to the whole world. Today, the Xenakis percussion works are concluded in the repertory of percussion soloists and ensembles around the world. A common characteristic about the presentations, performance of Xenakis works for percussion globally and from their first appearance until today, as experienced either in a live performance or in a recording, is the diversity. Diversity from the aspect of color, pitch, velocities, dynamics. The difference in some cases is so visible that sometimes one cannot recognize the work and its identity. This, excuse me, as a fact, is a subject to explain and analyze. For us to understand, first of all, we have to present the main characteristics, the basic components of Xenakis composition for percussion. Percussion set. Xenakis composes for percussion set. Percussion set is a collection of percussion instruments arranged by the performer in a practical and accessible way. In some cases, in Xenakis, the exact set is given by the composer. In some other cases, not. But the composer gives suggestions and alternatives without dictating. Psapfa. The sets consist usually of a large number of instruments. Velocities. The velocities of Yannis Xenakis works appear in 3 categories. First, given, as in Persephassa. Second, with a minimum limit, but with the freedom to go upper if needed, Psapfa. Third, with approximate approaches of a given speed. Rebonds. Tuned pitches. For all the tunable instruments of the set of Xenakis, Xenakis almost never gives tuning directions concerning the arrangement of the pitches. Nevertheless, he asks for the widest range between the higher, which must be very high, gu, excuse my French, and the lower, which must be very, very low, grave. Dynamics. Xenakis gives a specific and absolutely accurate dynamic chart. He never skips. His range of dynamics is the widest possible, from the most silent to the loudest. Complexity of in rhythmology / subdivisions. The subdivisions of Xenakis we could call extreme. Probably the most extreme in the history of music. At any time, he chooses any Dionysiatic space in the timeline, and he subdivides in any number one could imagine. Complexity of parallel subdivisions. Xenakis doesn't stand only in single subdivisions of a voice or a set of voices, but also at any time in a parallel way, he subdivides another one, pushing the complexity at the maximum. In some cases, in the percussion ensembles, he asks for mutually complementary subdivisions between different sets and performers, as in Persephassa and in Convoy. Dear friends, after pointing out the basic and structural characteristics in general of Xenakis percussion, it looks easy for us to understand the phenomenon of continuous diversity of the performances. Different approaches, optional choices, different cultures and starting points lead, of course, to different conclusions, results. Nevertheless, is there a possibility for this pluralism to be transformed in anarchy and misleading for both the performers and the musicians? Yes, undoubtedly. Perhaps the closest solution would be to follow some basic principles to create strong and solid requirements in order to proceed safely to the interpretation of work for percussion by Yannis Xenakis. The following requirements create a series of questions to be answered by ourselves individually. Instruments setting. For the occasion of already given instruments, are we practical? Do we use the right space and combinations to be enabled to perform? Do we use the right sizes of instruments? Do we have a musical concept leading us to the desirable tuning and color? For the occasion of not given instruments, do we have the whole idea, the structure, the combination of sounds, the possibilities of tuning and the specific way of tuning so that music make sense? In general, do we think that we should tune our instruments? In which way and why? The tradition and history of some groups of instruments given by Xenakis impose tuning in specific ways. For example, the set of the two bongos is tuned basically at thirds or fourths. The set of two low-tuned drums is tuned usually in fourths, and etc. Do we keep them in this pattern? Do we use them to serve this pattern? Do we recognize a melodic line that leads us to make a tuning row to serve our line in a specific scale, a Western one, a Balinese one, and why? Do we choose instruments with wide echo or not, and why? Rhythmology / subdivisions. Are we sure that we can perform any kind of subdivision wherever it can occur? Do we think that subdivisions could be performed in an aesthetical way without accuracy? Do we have in mind that accurate subdivisions connect and create interaxial shapes and forms, velocities? Do we practice certain fast velocities to be impressive? Do we use the velocity to serve a functional role in music? If we have a vision for the form of the work, can we fulfill technically our own expectations? Aesthetics. When we choose instruments, when we tune our instruments, when we decide and perform certain velocities, do we have a language in our mind? Do we know that certain rows of pitches give certain dynamic and duration in music interpretation? Do we go for a digital interpretation? Do we think Xenakis is music? All the above are questions from us to us, and of course to our teachers and tutors. We have to search and see if the educational system in every country and continent provides us with the level of education is required. It is true that any musician must be accurate. It is not a matter appearing in the so-called contemporary music. It is an open issue. In the years, musicians named Xenakis architect and mathematician. Mathematicians and architects named Xenakis musician. Xenakis was both. Xenakis gave the answer in an interview for UNESCO, reminding us what Goethe had said. Goethe said, architecture is frozen music. Thank you very much for listening.
Well, thank you very much, Dimitri, for this first-hand talk on Xenakis percussion, interpretation, and corpus of works. Is there any question from the audience? Well, I have one. No? That's, but if there is any question from the audience, we can have it beforehand. No. So yes, I was thinking of this situation that you described. At the beginning, there was only Silvio Gualda playing these pieces. And now there are so many performers all over the world. So this, I suppose, I don't know, this is my question, has to do also with Gualda as a teacher. And how much did he teach? I mean, what can you say about him as a teacher of these works?
First of all, thank you for the question, Loretta. I have to say that, to say the truth, that Gualda was magnifique, but he was not so accurate. Also, in the first recordings of, the big, let's say, ensembles, they were not also so accurate. So they pointed the first way by their talent, as it always has been in music. Yes, because talented musicians created effects to the composers, and composers written for them, and so on, so on, so on. So he did a super work with his mentality, but nobody at the time could recognize the text and the accuracy.
Oh, really?
Yes,
Okay.
because even today, almost a few people in the world, they can recognize if their work is completely there or it's not. So the responsibility is coming to us. In my private discussions with Silvio, many years after, he told me that, in the beginning of Ice, for example, there is a point that cannot be playable. It's a specific point, with three grace notes, 2 octaves lower, and the triplet.
Which instrument are you playing now?
It's the glockenspiel. It's the first thing that you play at the Ice. It's so fast that it seems that it cannot be played. For the time, for the player of that time, it was immersive. Silvio told me, you know what? I never played. And I said, I broke my head to play it, and how do we call this?
Callus, your fingers.
No, these metallic shapes that we put to make the stitches. So dactylithres in Greek. So I put 3 dactylithres in my one hand, and I played with another stick, and he said, yes. So everything is playable. Yes, but 2 things. Silvio was the greatest, but as I said before, from our experience, we open our minds and hearts. And this is the super thing, the evolution in the things. So Silvio, to close it, was a super dynamic, a super talented. He is the beginning. He's the first who did it.
Mm-hmm.
So always in his face, you could see the dynamic, of the history of Xenakis. Mm-hmm. And then, of course, you can see the evolution.
Right. I have a memory of Silvio Gualda playing in 83 in
Megaros.
At Herodotus Atticus Theatre.
Okay,
1983. Yes. It was just amazing. It was an amazing concert. If someone would ask me if I would retain one concert of my whole life, it would be that one, certainly. And Xenakis was there too. So yes, but you spoke about accuracy, which was not totally there. But what did he transmit about Xenakis? What was there that was important?
Yes. I believe that in Xenakis, all the ancient depth of culture, all the myths, all the power of the universe are in his music. That's why in some points I talked about the dynamic range, the velocities range, the tuning. Everything is extreme. Yes. So when we perform Xenakis, we must have always in our mind that this is the complete universe of sound, the complete universe of all the elements, and something more.
So the total scale of
The,
what you can
whatever you could ever imagine.
in every feature, yes.
Yes. So, you know, for me, it's very difficult to attend a performance of Psapha, which is in a piano in the beginning and very, very slow, for example. So Guarda gave, you know, all these elements, all this power, and let's say the aesthetic of the work of Xenakis.
Yes. Because he had an amazing energy.
Of course, and at the same time, I have to say one more little thing, because I spoke about the color, yes, and for example, for instruments and sticks and mallets. For me, Silvio's sound, the primary sound of Xenakis' interpretation, is still in my ears.
Right. So he defined.
Yes.
He defined this.
Yes, it is there. Sound. So, you know, the experiment from one side is nowadays is super to have, but there are certain references.
Right. So there are things that we know how to do them because of Silvio's teaching.
Of course.
And then there are other elements where you have to decide maybe which sticks you have. Or,
for example, and another example, if you wish, to help us understand.
I mean, how much is defined, how much is personal decision.
In music, you know very well,
yes,
that the personal effect is beyond the basic.
Well, I'm talking about things that are.
I will give you an example. For example, in the first interpretation of Persephone, in the big finale, the part that I call usually the big finale because it's around clockwise and anti-clockwise ensemble. It would be very nice for everybody to experience. For every percussionist, there is a cimandro, a metal cimandro. Do you know what they used? I think I had a talk with Stella a few days ago. They didn't know the meaning of cimandro, and they used jingle bells. Okay. So the Denon recording at the big finale of Persephone, the first big recording, has jingle bells instead of a cimandro. You can understand how primitive it is at that time and how we develop, we get to know different cultures, you know, we communicate, and then after a while, we are making a new cosmos. Maybe more original in a way, but of course, we follow what we said before. Right. To have the first origin sound of Silvius, for example.
But you cannot take it as it is 100%. I mean, you have to.
Never in music. Never in music. Never in music. I am what I am. You are what you are. I mean, everybody, you know, comes from a culture, and this is the most interesting. Right. I think that this is the why Xenakis gave all these options that I talked about.
And also, maybe we have these works because of Silvio as well.
For sure. Yes.
They're all, if you go, I mean, it was him, it was for him. So
most possible.
So
most possible.
Xenakis had.
I told him so many times.
Yeah, hadn't.
How we owe to him.
Yeah. Right.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Any other question? No, we can go on. Okay, well, thank you very much, Dimitri.
Thank you.
I will now welcome Haris Xanthidakis, composer and musicologist, emeritus professor of history of music theory at the Ionian University, Department of Music, and director of research center of the Athens Conservatoire. He studied letters at the Athens University, composition with Yannis Andreou Papaioannou, and electronic music with Michalis Adamis. He followed composition courses with Yannis Xenakis and seminars on computer music at GRM. He obtained his postgraduate and doctoral degrees in musicology at the Paris University, Panthéon-Sorbonne. He has been a member of the Greek Association of Contemporary Music and the Association of Greek Composers, president of the Greek Association of Electronic Music Composers, vice president of the CIME UNESCO, and a member of the Executive Council of the AEC. He has been head of the music department, vice rector, and the dean of the School of Music and Audiovisual Arts of the Ionian University. Since 2017, he's emeritus professor of the Ionian University and director of the Athens Conservatoire Research Center. So his talk, the title of his talk is Xenakis and Modernity. So we welcome Haris Xanthrodakis.
Thank you. I remember that it was maybe 1981. I was in Paris, and there has been a festival of percussion music, of world percussion music, with, of course, the most important European written pieces of percussion, but also traditional ethnic other groups and so on. And it was at that precise time that Pierre Boulez published in the newspaper Le Monde, first page, an article why percussion music was not music. Among the pieces that were performed were some of the pieces already written by Yannis Xenakis at the time. Of course, both really great composers, I mean, Boulez and Xenakis, are now dead, but history will make some comparisons in the future. Anyway, excuse me. Well, first some preliminaries. I'm going to consider pre-modernism, modernism, and postmodernism, which are perhaps synonymous to pre-modernity, modernity, and postmodernity in music under the idea of double articulation. First, a definition of postmodernism or postmodernity. This will be used in the prime and principal meaning as used, for instance, in American architectural bibliography. That is to say, postmodernism after modernism, going back to the past in order to reincorporate basic traditional aspects. Now, the idea of double articulation has been developed in the 60s by Roland Barthes and can be transferred from André Martinet, linguistic theory, and transplanted into Barthes' semiology. Martinet considered that human language is articulated in two intermingled and yet clearly distinctive levels, the phonemic, deprived of any semantic element, and the morphemic, the level of word meanings. In the same way, Barthes believed poetry consists of two separate levels of articulation. The linguistic, a level void of poetic messages, at least of intentional ones, and the aesthetic, in which a poet uses ordinary language to express himself poetically, transforming ordinary language into poetic one. This model has been applied to other arts. Pacey, Lévi-Strauss, and other structuralist thinkers, especially to representational painting and to tonal music, where tonality, in its Schenkerian version, corresponds to pictorial perspective and to its structural potential, and is a matter of learned skill rather than of inspiration. This is, we have the painting by Claude.
Yes.
Excuse us. No.
We will.
Rumeno.
Just a moment.
Yes. This is a painting by Claude Lorraine, executed in the 17th century, the century in which tonal music disclosed its central and critical element, the overall cadential movement, in a Schenkerian sense. The delayed perfect cadence in this painting, we may see first the ordinary two-dimensional mapping of a three-dimensional scene. Okay, the little figures representing here, no, at the bottom of the painting, representing, okay, representing persons which decorate, bedeck, so to speak, the abstract linear perspective, helping its concrete, realistic materialization. And finally, for the first time in the history of painting, the sun, the source of enlightening that contributes in the linear perspective representation. Back to tonal music.
Just a second, please.
Εντάξει,
Όχι.
θα πω κάτι και μετά δώσεις.
Ναι.
Δεν πεις πότε.
Πες και το μάθημα.
This is how an exercise of an industrious student of harmony may sound.
And here is the poetic use of the same chordal sequence
Ναι.
by a skilled and even ingenious composer.
Δεν ακούω. Έλα εδώ, δεν ακούω.
Παιδιά, δεν γίνεται έτσι.
Περίμενε.
Τα παραδείγματα είναι σε ένα αρχείο.
Περιμένεις να γίνει σωστά.
Άκουσε με. Μην με διακόπτεις, άκουσε με. Έτσι θα βγει μουσικά. Θέλω το προηγούμενο πρώτα γιατί το ξεχάσαμε. So let us listen first to the first example again. Ναι, αλλά αυτό κάνει ένα δευτερόλεπτο.
Sorry about that. There we go. And so on. The second was, I repeat, the poetic use of the same chordal sequence by a skilled and even ingenious composer, Ludwig van Beethoven. What is absent in the first example, in the harmonic drill, is first, rhythm, the placing of big objects, for instance, buildings, along the perspective lines, that is, in music, the beats
of the musical measure, the pulse of a measure, in order to realize it. And secondly, the upper and inner melodic decorations, which use the musical analog to the details, which are the musical analog to the details depicted on the canvas, the small persons we saw before. Now, atonality, being the symbol of music modernism, let us listen to one of the first totally atonal pieces, that is a piece of music without any tonal functions or any rhythm. Arnold Schoenberg. Schoenberg, who composed this piece in 1910, that is in the same period as Kandinsky painted his first non-figurative expressionistic tableaus, felt that he could not cope with the chaos of a complete lack of repetitiveness, and ordering, and conceived his 12-note system. A question. Let us see the analog in Kandinsky. Oh, he's Kandinsky. Now, question, which piece sounds more traditional? The free expressionistic third of his 5 pieces for orchestra of 1910, we just heard, or his 12-note 4th string quartet of 1936. Tonality, but classical rhythm and melodic decoration. I remind you that the painting accompanying the hearing of the hearing is executed by Kandinsky during the post-Bauhaus rappel à l'ordre period. Something similar happened to almost all modernist composers of the Middle War period. For instance, in Webern, I have 2 examples, but I can pass. The first one is out of the younger 10 pieces for the beginning of the concerto for orchestra, which has the 3-note motif in the 4 different serialist apparitions. He was more his idea was not classical, how to say, ordering, but he was inspired by crystallography. His word, he cited crystallography as a source of inspiration of his. Now, Xenakis. Well, in fact, Xenakis passed from tonality to a tonality in a different way, in the way that some painters and composers excuse me, I will ask for some more time due to the fact that some composers like a long-term use of different soundscapes, so to say, by Chausives, or the Les Noces of Stravinsky, Les Noces, which are akin to a painting by Fernand Léger, Le Noce. May we see Le Noce? Well, here we see a scene of wedding, but we can see small forms included in larger ones. And the whole inspiration is a folk ritual, a wedding. Well, let us listen to Xenakis, younger, one of his first compositions. It is called Πομπή στα καθαρά νερά, Procession in the Clear Waters, and it was written in 1953. Inspired by folk ritual, the Anastenaria, the whole pre-Anastenaria. There are two excerpts.
Τον Βέμπερν τον περάσαμε.
Ποιον?
Τον Βέμπερν δεν τον βάλαμε.
Δεν πειράζει.
Μισό λεπτό. Μπορείς να με βοηθήσεις? Δεν μπορώ να τα αλλάξεις, παρακαλώ.
Δεν πειράζει.
Όχι, πρέπει να λύσουμε αυτό. 2 λεπτά.
Well, some people have said that Xenakis was influenced by Bela Bartok in that particular period of his creative career. I think that it was this piece was more like Stravinsky's Lenos rather than Bela Bartok. Anyway, it was, how to say, maybe there is a painting by the same how to say, the same painter we saw before, Kandinsky. Perhaps we can see another painting by Kandinsky, painted in his youth and inspired by popular motifs, Russian popular themes. And these colors permitted him to pass from the representation to the abstraction, the second phase of his creative career. Same colors and perhaps similar forms, but without representing something. This was what Xenakis did. We shall listen to the second part of Anastenaria, the Sacrifice, written in 1953, which is more in a more ritual atmosphere. So it is a little bit more abstract as regards the musical aspects. Molto prodotto.
Το ξέρω. Δεν το έπαιξα.
Είναι πολύ χαμηλά.
more abstract sound world. For instance, we have three different categories of sounds. We had the points, pointillistic sounds. We had lines, either parallel, that is to say, tenute, constant notes, or glissandi. And thirdly, zones, sound zones, packages, clusters, sound clusters, either in a form of an infinite line, or of how to say, of a duration of a note. This led Xenakis to Metastasis, a piece written in 1954, a year later. He used the papier millimetré, paper for architects, for designers, and he painted in two dimensions, that is to say, the time and a pitch, and he painted the sounds into this paper. The result is Metastasis. The same categories of sounds. No. Same categories of sounds, points, lines, and packages. Xenakis found that there was a more direct method to organize this sound world, to use a computer to be able to create, first to create and then dispose in this two-dimensional sound reality, these categories of sounds. So he composed the Pithoprakta in 1956 with the same style. We listen to the same style of music, but he composed it helped by a computer of the time, a big one.
Just a second.
Μουσική θέλουμε να την το πρακτά, το πρακτά. Λορέντα, μην τον πιέζεις. Βλέπουμε την οθόνη σου τώρα. Πέτρο. Δεν μπορώ να βγω εδώ. Εγώ δεν το παίζω. Δεν μπορώ να... Εντάξει.
Well, Xenakis did the same thing that other modernist composers did in their epoch. That is to say, he tried to find a way to reintroduce something of the past in order to organize the chaos. And so he turned back to a regular measure. This is obvious in Psapha of 1975. He had a regular pulse around which we had the organization, his motifs, his rhythmic motifs of the percussion instruments. Λίγο να ακούσουμε. Psapha.
Δεν γίνεται χωρίς αυτόν παραδείγματα, αλλά ναι, μου λέει όχι.
regular rhythms and smaller notes in between. Another application of this idea in a much later piece, one of his last ones, Zithos of 1996.
Ζήθος. Ζήθος. Δεν είναι σε όλους μας τα τάγια. Δεν είναι μπροστά. Δεν είναι. Αλλά δεν είναι. Δεν είναι.
Well, this was a last application of this idea. There was a regular rhythm combined with different notes. We even had a long note projected on this frame of regularity, of rhythmic regularity. Moreover, Xenakis began with this sort of application, this version of regularity imposed on chaos, tried and he approached Oriental musics. For instance, the effect of this version of Zithos was reminded to us music of gamelan, for instance. So he tried to integrate the world's music in this postmodern version of his modernity. I'm sorry, excuse my incapacity to handle a computer and to be much more rapid in the succession of
the technical problem was not yours.
No, but
So
in the succession of sound and of speech. Anyway, thank you for your patience.
So, thank you, despite those technical problems. Now, are there any questions for Haris Xanthozakis? No. Can I ask? So the point of your talk is to show us that the modernity.
How the modernity has an aesthetic concept.
Yes.
Not
So we
not
found
a time
Xenakis.
period.
Yes.
That is to say, modernity that characterized Schoenberg's music as well.
Mhm.
How Xenakis was developed in his own way, in his own period, with his own means, but with this dual oscillation, this sort of oscillation between chaos and regularity, this sort of modernity and modernism and postmodernism. It was more, the whole was modern, the whole was new, the whole was provocative, if you like.
But there's some regularity.
There are two phases in his music. There is a phase of exploring the new sound, and the other phase of organizing this new sound.
Right. So in spite of what we listen, sometimes what you want to say, to show, is that underneath there is a tissue that comes from some more traditional concepts.
Yes, this is how.
But he interprets them, and
Yes, this is the way. For instance, perhaps we may see to conclude
yes.
a painting to show what I meant. Τον Βαζαρέλη, παιδιά. Βαζαρέλη το τελευταίο. Την τελευταία διαφάνεια.
And then we have a question.
Yes, okay.
From the audience.
Just a minute. Όχι, δεν είναι το επόμενο. Το επόμενο. Αυτό. You see, this is abstract. But we can see a sort of three-dimensional world depicted by a two-dimensional means.
Mm-hmm.
By two-dimensional means in a two-dimensional level. This is Vasarely's one of Vasarely's famous paintings with black and white colors only, in which in an abstract way he represents volume, three-dimensional volume.
This kind of perspective.
Yes, this is the way how Xenakis reintroduces rhythm, not to recreate tonality, but to organize a tonality, to give a tonality all possible aspects coming from the tradition.
Right.
For traditional musics. There is a question there.
Say that by this way he reintroduced the time of space into musical space.
Of course, time was there. So of space in time. Yes. He represented his sun in the painting. That is to say, the frame, the rhythmic, the pulse, the regular elements of the musical measure.
I might add
that it is not rhythm. Rhythm is created out of a disposition of time organized by pulse.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes we call rhythm both. That is to say, the tack, and the rhythm disposed, applied, and posed upon this regularity.
But we could also observe that for an architect to work on a millimetre paper, it's already there. I mean,
yes, provided
this is one a way of working that is so familiar to him.
Provided that the lines of the millimetre paper were obvious.
Yes.
When I studied design, because I tried to be an architect first, I became a philolog, but I tried to pass the exams for a school of architecture in Athens. The teacher told me that it was a good thing to let lines that help pose the images on the paper, to left the lines on the paper, so that a school of architecture in Athens coexist with the pictorial product, the final product. It was his viewpoint.
Okay. Now there was a question.
Yes, thank you very much for the interesting presentation. I have just one question regarding the examples you presented, the historical.
Yes.
So, do you consider a sort of linearity in that?
The pictorial product. Well, in an aesthetic product.
Or
it was my point of view is that
there was a
an
question.
aesthetic.
Thank you you very much.
From an aesthetic point of view, precisely, there is a repetition. There is the same way to go from the exploration to organization. My point of time that we enter in an aesthetic sound world. So there is, from an aesthetic point of view, precisely, there is a linear development, but only in a time point of view, in a linear time point of view. I don't think that time is cyclic, but I think that there are things that repeat themselves in historic. Beg your pardon? In a spiral, yeah, in a spiral way, yes, like a musical scale, where we find the same notes but in an upper level and so on. It is a spiral. Yes.
I have a question to do with this. That could you sense some relation with deeper psychological problems or even points of existence that Xenakis tries to projecting his work through his work at this evolutionary process that you described?
He tried to project what?
If what he's trying to achieve has something to do with his traumas, and
I don't know, and I don't.
Tries to be that through his life.
I don't know it, and I don't care. For me, music is music. That's all. I don't think we heard a piece by Beethoven. Is that we are not forced. We're not. It is not necessary for us to know Beethoven's biography to appreciate this piece of music. I like very much the minuet of the 8th Symphony, but I don't care about the composer. There is a composer there, but I don't have the image of the composer in front of me when I'm listening to this piece. I don't.
It's a big question.
Technical aspects of his work and his compositional methods.
This is I don't care about the task of the composer, psychanalyst or perhaps
Musicologist and
perhaps, but not of a listener. Not of a listener. The listener has to do with music. That's all. Somebody has composed this music, but. Do you think you have to know that a famous American poet was a collaborator of fascist Italy?
Yes.
Does this mean something to you?
A lot of things. It means a lot. I mean, you cannot see an artist, to my view, apart from the being the human being.
Do you know that Salvatore Dali collaborated with Franco?
Yes.
And does this has an influence on your way of appreciating his painting?
Yes, it
Oh.
makes me understand better the way he's using his material, and I think this is the case of Xenakis as well.
I don't. No,
That's the question.
that's not my.
Beyond the
If
specific.
you do that, I believe, personal, I think I shared this with many people.
No, I believe that what Xenakis did was, of course, the product of not only his character, his natural characteristic, but also of things that that influence his life, of course. But I don't care.
Okay, so now we start to run a little bit over time. So thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you very much,
And-
Barry.
We will have a 15 minutes intermission, during which the Zoom, on the Zoom and here, of course, for everyone who is interested, we will see a small video, which is exactly 15 minutes, made especially for the Meta-Xenakis Symposium.
Bye.
Νομίζω ότι δεν υπάρχει περίπτωση να ασχολείται κάποιος επιστημονικά, μουσικολογικά, ειδικά με την ιστορία της ελληνικής μουσικής και να μην ενδιαφέρεται με κάποιο τρόπο για το έργο του Γιάννη Ξενάκη.
Ένας μύθος ως ο άνθρωπος με την πολύ δύσκολη μουσική.
Recognize the man, the personality, the musician, the architect, the creator, the inspiration. The inspiration.
Γνωρίστε τον. Έχει ένα πολύ μεγάλο έργο, σχεδόν 140 έργα. Πολύ ποικίλο το έργο του. Έχει σημασία αυτό, δηλαδή δεν το γνωρίζεις αν ακούσεις 2-3 έργα.
Ενώ όλοι οι Αμερικάνοι, οι Γάλλοι, οι πάντες, ας πούμε, από την μουσική πληροφορική κοινότητα αισθανόντουσαν όλοι ότι συνεργάζονται, ανταγωνίζονται, κάνουν οτιδήποτε, αλλά μαζί. Ο Ξενάκης πάντα είχε μια δικιά του διαδρομή.
Μου έκανε εντύπωση, αλλά ο Ξενάκης, ενώ η πατρίδα του τον απέρριψε, τον είχε καταδικάσει σε θάνατο και του είχε αφαιρέσει την υπηκότητα. Ο ίδιος πάντα αισθανόταν και λειτουργούσε και στο εξωτερικό ως Έλληνας.
Cette exposition est accrochée pour la première fois à la maison de l'université de Rouen. Elle montre des documents inédits que Bruno Rastoin, plasticien et photographe, a confiés au centre Meta-Xenakis. Elle montre donc ces photographies prises lors de l'installation du diatope de Meta-Xenakis pour l'inauguration du centre Beaubourg à Paris en 1977-78. Bruno Rastoin était un membre fondateur du centre Meta-Xenakis depuis 2009. Il était très actif dans l'association et il nous a donc légué ce fonds 300 photographies complètement inédites du montage et du démontage du diatope. Le diatope est un spectacle total mêlant à la fois une œuvre musicale, la légende d'air, une œuvre électroacoustique spécialement composée pour cet événement, la conception d'un pavillon architectural éphémère pour inaugurer le centre Georges Pompidou, mais aussi une partition d'effets lumineux et aussi un choix de texte pour mettre en avant en fait la vision cosmique de l'art de Xenakis. L'idée de cette exposition est née d'une commande faite par l'Université de Rouen, d'une charge de cours autour d'un séminaire de recherche avec les étudiants en Master 1 Recherche Musicologie. Et donc j'ai tout de suite souhaité mettre en avant le fonds légué par Bruno Rastoin, ce fonds photographique complètement unique qui apporte un regard véritablement neuf sur cet événement, le diatope. Et donc j'ai souhaité engager les étudiants de ce séminaire dans un projet de recherche-action. L'idée étant de les mettre directement au contact de la matière, des archives, des photographies, des articles de presse recensés qui se trouvent dans les archives du centre Meta-Xenakis et qui sont conservés au service commun de la documentation à la BU de Lettres à Mont-Saint-Aignan. Et donc voilà, là ce qu'on voit ici, en fait, c'est le fruit de leurs travaux qui s'appuient aussi évidemment sur les travaux menés conjointement entre Meta-Xenakis et Sharon Kanak autour de leur livre Musique de l'architecture.
Lors du séminaire, on s'est réparti les tâches. Je me suis occupé de la presse papier, comme vous pouvez le voir derrière moi. Ces coupures de presse viennent du centre Meta-Xenakis.
Donc les étudiants se sont engagés durant ce séminaire sur le choix des textes, le choix des photographies, la manière dont toute cette matière, ces manuscrits, etc., allait être répartie entre les écrans et les kakémonos qu'on voit ici. On a voulu également que cette exposition soit interactive, donc ils se sont engagés aussi dans la création de QR codes avec des cartes interactives qui montrent par exemple la manière dont les polytopes ont voyagé à travers le monde.
C'est un texte écrit lors du séminaire de recherche par une étudiante Erasmus, Francesca Stalbi. Elle dit « Je suis chanteuse classique de formation et c'est la première fois que j'écoute une œuvre de Meta-Xenakis. En écoutant la légende d'air, je découvre un autre monde musical inconnu du mien et qui m'impressionne. La légende d'air est un choc. Elle fait partie des œuvres qui resteront longtemps gravées dans ma mémoire. » Voilà.
Νομίζω ότι δεν υπάρχει περίπτωση να ασχολείται κάποιος επιστημονικά, μουσικολογικά, ειδικά με την ιστορία της ελληνικής μουσικής και να μην ενδιαφέρεται με κάποιο τρόπο για το έργο του Γιάννη Ξενάκη.
Ένας μύθος ως ο άνθρωπος με την πολύ δύσκολη μουσική.
Recognize the man, the personality, the musician, the architect, the creator, the inspiration. The inspiration.
Γνωρίστε τον. Έχει ένα πολύ μεγάλο έργο, σχεδόν 140 έργα. Πολύ ποικίλο το έργο του. Έχει σημασία αυτό, δηλαδή δεν το γνωρίζεις αν ακούσεις 2-3 έργα.
Ενώ όλοι οι Αμερικάνοι, οι Γάλλοι, οι πάντες ας πούμε από την μουσική πληροφορική κοινότητα αισθανόντουσαν όλοι ότι συνεργάζονται, ανταγωνίζονται, κάνουν οτιδήποτε, αλλά μαζί. Ο Ξενάκης πάντα είχε μια δικιά του διαδρομή.
Μου έκανε εντύπωση, αλλά ο Ξενάκης, ενώ η πατρίδα του τον απέρριψε, τον είχε καταδικάσει σε θάνατο και του είχε αφαιρέσει την υπηκότητα, ο ίδιος πάντα αισθανόταν και λειτουργούσε και στο εξωτερικό ως Έλληνας.
Cette exposition est accrochée pour la première fois à la maison de l'université de Rouen. Elle montre des documents inédits que Bruno Rastoin, plasticien et photographe, a confiés au centre Meta-Xenakis. Elle montre donc ces photographies prises lors de l'installation du diatope de Meta-Xenakis pour l'inauguration du centre Beaubourg à Paris en 1977-78. Bruno Rastoin était un membre fondateur du centre Meta-Xenakis depuis 2009. Il était très actif dans l'association et il nous a donc légué ce fonds de 300 photographies complètement inédites du montage et du démontage du diatope. Le diatope est un spectacle total mêlant à la fois une œuvre musicale, la légende d'air, une œuvre électroacoustique spécialement composée pour cet événement, la conception d'un pavillon architectural éphémère pour inaugurer le centre Georges Pompidou, mais aussi une partition d'effets lumineux et aussi un choix de texte pour mettre en avant en fait, la vision cosmique de l'art de Xenakis. L'idée de cette exposition est née d'une commande faite par l'université de Rouen, d'une charge de cours autour d'un séminaire de recherche avec les étudiants en Master 1 recherche musicologie. Et donc j'ai tout de suite souhaité mettre en avant le fonds légué par Bruno Rastoin, ce fonds photographique complètement unique qui apporte un regard véritablement neuf sur cet événement, le diatope. Et donc j'ai souhaité engager les étudiants de ce séminaire dans un projet de recherche-action. L'idée étant de les mettre directement au contact de la matière, des archives, des photographies, des articles de presse recensés qui se trouvent dans les archives du centre Meta-Xenakis et qui sont conservés au service commun de la documentation à la BU de Lettres à Mont-Saint-Aignan. Et donc voilà, là ce qu'on voit ici, en fait, c'est le fruit de leurs travaux qui s'appuient aussi évidemment sur les travaux menés conjointement entre Meta-Xenakis et Sharon Kanak autour de leur livre Musique de l'architecture.
Lors du séminaire, on s'est réparti les tâches. Je me suis occupé de la presse papier, comme vous pouvez le voir derrière moi. Ces coupures de presse viennent du centre Meta-Xenakis.
Donc les étudiants se sont engagés durant ce séminaire sur le choix des textes, le choix des photographies, la manière dont toute cette matière, ces manuscrits, etc., allait être répartie entre les écrans et les kakémonos qu'on voit ici. On a voulu également que cette exposition soit interactive, donc ils se sont engagés aussi dans la création de QR codes avec des cartes interactives qui montrent par exemple, la manière dont les polytopes ont voyagé.
Well, this is the second session of the Greek part of the
Ξέρω τι γίνεται με αυτά. Δεν νομίζω ότι πήραξε κάποιος κάτι. Γιατί δεν. Δεν έχουμε ήχο στο Zoom ή στο streaming. Ή πουθενά. Άγγελε, στο streaming έχουμε ήχο. Έλα, ξεκινάμε. Έλα, Χάρη.
Well, this is the second session of the Greek part of Xenakis Centenary Symposium. The title of this session is Xenakis and Modern Greece. And we begin with Mr. Nikos Charizanos, who is a Greek composer, especially of electronic music, electroacoustic music, and one of the principal animators of the XIME, the center established in Greece by Yannis Xenakis. He's the title of his paper is Xenakis Distinctive Documents at the Archive of the Contemporary Music Research Center, that is to say, the XIME.
Thank you, Barry.
Nikos.
Hello to everybody. I would like, I'm here just to represent some very distinctive and characteristic documents and photographs and some recordings by the CMRC XIME archive. In some of them, maybe I have to say to young generation, because we don't have much time to discuss about them, just to have a search on the internet about some persons or some subjects and items. First of all, let's begin with the photographs. This photo is Yannis Xenakis and Manos Hadjidakis. This is a photo shooted during Xenakis week in September 75. Hadjidakis, of course, for Greek audience, is very, very well known, and I hope the same is for at least European and United States audience. This is again Mr. Hadjidakis and Xenakis at Xenakis week, September 75. The third one. I have to say that we have the privilege to be Professor Xenakis among us, who is in the photo at the right side. And he was present at most of these events and photos. Here is Yannis Xenakis among the students of electroacoustic class at Atheneum Conservatory in '86. Have in mind the date, it was '86. And I have to say, the establishment of XIME, CMRC, it was something very, very unique, of course, for Greece. And Xenakis has the purpose to be one of the most modern at not only in equipments and also in teaching the electroacoustic music in Europe, the most modern part. Okay, let's go to 4. Here is Xenakis with Stefanos Vasiliadis and Yannis Papaioannou, who the three of them were the main founder of CMRC. And among them, Haris and Dimitris Kamaratos. We'll go to the next one. Here is Dimitris Kamaratos with a very young students showing the UPIC. This is one of the subjects. We don't have much time to discuss about it, but for the young generations, I'll have a Google search about what is UPIC. UPIC is, you want to say some words about this?
No, it's not by subject anyway.
Oh, yeah, yes. He was the responsible professor.
I was the first to teach UPIC in Athens. I had worked on the UPIC of Paris UPIC, and I have produced the first Greek native composers piece of electronic music on this system, on the French versions of this system.
It's a very unique.
Later, I used this UPIC established there at the Xime to compose another piece. That's all. That's all I can say for the time being.
Yes. Let's go to number 6. Okay. Here is Mr. Papayano, a great musician, musicologist, personality, many. And Meta-Xenakis. So the next one. Here is Xenakis again.
Excuse me, here Xenakis, this is like Joseph Papadatos. No?
In a way, yes.
We go to the next row. Here again is at the opening of Xime, those days, you can see the UPIC behind them. Again, I know there are all the main staff who were established Xime. Go to the next. Again, here the 3 main founders of Xime together. It's yes, okay. Here's a photo, some very unique photos from Politop at Mykine. We will see the program later. Go to the next one. Here is Xenakis at Erodium, probably 75. Now, here is the first page of the program of Xenakis Week at 75. We go to the next, the second page. Here's the second page. For no Greek speaking persons, I have to say it was the whole Greek public sector. Go to the next, the second page. Support this week. Here's the second page. Because we have, first of all, at the Erodium Theater events with the Strasbourg Symphony Orchestra, Radio of Cologne Choir, Athens College Children Choir, String Orchestra, and some events took part at the National Gallery with the exhibition with lectures by Meta-Xenakis Papayano, and also performing the tape music of Meta-Xenakis there. Also lectures by Xenakis at the National Opera House. And the whole week was under the support of the Ministry of the Presidency of the Government, EOT, National Tourist Organizations, and Ministry of Finance as well. So you see, this is a big event of the Greek country. Let's go to the next one, Petros. Here is another huge event at those days. The Politopo of Mykine is the first page of the program. Here is also the program in English. Just one observation, you can see the program at the top, there are Mykenaic, archaic letters up there. So everywhere is obvious the Xenakis part of his mind to the archaic seasons, let's say. So again, this was a huge event. Let's go to the second page, Petro. Again, here you can see at the bottom all the ministries and also the Greek soldiers and the Greek military service support this huge event at Mykene. Let's go to the next one, see some photos from there. The next one, here's all the organizations. Again, let's go to some photos. Here's the Mykene. You see the whole organization, the whole equipments of this, it was huge, not only by the lights and the sound equipment of those days. We're speaking about in the 70s. Also, there are some documentary. Xenakis asked to have the ships in the whole show, and they put some little bells on the ships, so to have also this improvised live sound at the moment. Okay, let's go to the next one, Petro. All these photos are from the Mykene, from the live performance. Next one. Okay, go to the next. All this from there. The next. Okay, and here's a very unique. It's a letter by Xenakis to the President Konstantinos Karamanlis in 1980. I will say some little notes about this. And again, at the date Xenakis wrote, it was also not by the President Konstantinos Karamanlis, the Greek 98 letters, the way the ancient Greek wrote the numbering. So the 1980, he wrote it in letters. Another observation. So in this letter, Xenakis thanks the president for the return of his Greek citizenship after 25 years of exile. He's also grateful to the French nation for granting him the French citizenship in '65. And he was thinking of dividing his time between Sorbonne, where he was a professor, and Athens, contributing to the cultural life of Greece. In this letter, he mentions there the establishment of a scientific research center of music, CMRC, a music center like the French one in Paris, 6, which was under the support of the Ministry of Culture and the President Pompidou in France. He mentions also that the center would offer to the Greek music world the most contemporary music technology and means. And Xenakis also writes that he intended to offer his knowledge and experience without a payment, just for free. He also refers that the center could operate independently of the music academy, which was again never established in Greece. But he had it in mind that this center was the first step for a music academy, and he had in mind that after the establishment of the music academy, the XIME would be a part of this academy. Okay, and now finally we will listen to just two rare recordings, Xenakis speaking. The first one, his speech at the opening of Xenakis Week, and he mentions the political reasons that and his exile, and about his work during this 25-30 years away from Greece, and mainly in France. He refers to the work that Giannis Papayioannou and Stefanos Vassiliadis have done all this time in order to make the week happen. And he mentions that he did it in just 1.5 months, something that in Europe took 2 years to be realized. And also he refers to the younger generation wishing to show the interest they need without listening to the criticisms and theories of the past. Let's have a listen to this.
Αυτή η εργασία που βλέπετε εδώ γύρω είναι αποτελέσματα, αυτά που βλέπετε μάλλον είναι αποτελέσματα εργασίας περίπου 30 ετών, είναι 30, όχι λιγότερο κάπως, 25 ας πούμε ετών, που δεν έγινε εδώ στην Ελλάδα για λόγους πολιτικούς, κυρίως έγινε στο εξωτερικό και μάλιστα κυρίως στη Γαλλία, και είναι πρώτη φορά που δίνεται ευκαιρία αυτή η εργασία που ήταν άγνωστη εδώ στον τόπο αυτό να γίνει κάπως πιο γνωστή. Αυτό οφείλεται βέβαια στο Παπαϊωάννου, στο Γιάννη Παπαϊωάννου, ο οποίος και στο Βασιλιάδη κυρίως, οι οποίοι άνθρωποι που είναι σαν οι άνθρωποι οι οποίοι βλέπουν τι γίνεται γύρω και έχουν την δυνατότητα και την αξία του μυαλού και την ικανότητα να σαν κεραίες να πιάσουν εκείνο εκεί που έχει ενδιαφέρον και επίσης την πίστη και την ποιότητα, την απέραντη τιμιότητα που χρειάζεται για να στηθεί μια τέτοια έκθεση όπως αυτή εδώ και μια τέτοια οργάνωση και μάλιστα σε ένα τόσο σύντομο χρονικό διάστημα. Σε 1,5 μήνα νομίζω έχει οργανώσει μια σειρά από συναυλίες οι οποίες δεν θα ήσαν δυνατές χωρίς την δράση του και οι οποίες κανονικά προετοιμάζονται 2 χρόνια πριν σε άλλες πρωτεύουσες της Ευρώπης. Λοιπόν, το μόνο που μπορώ να πω είναι ότι, και να ευχηθώ είναι ότι αυτή η εργασία κάπως θα φανεί και θα ενδιαφέρει κυρίως την νεολαία του τόπου αυτού, η οποία ελπίζω να είναι ανοιχτομάτα και να δημιουργήσει και να προσέχει να δημιουργεί σε κάθε της βήμα χωρίς να δέχεται δεδομένες ιδέες, έστω και είναι λαμπρές, χωρίς έλεγχο, χωρίς κριτική στην φοιτητική τους δουλειά και γενικότερα αργότερα στη ζωή τους. Ευχαριστώ για την παρουσία σας και αυτά. Αυτή η εργασία.
And one more small short recording songs. It's Xenakis speaking about his works Herma and Evriali, which was performed by Marie-Françoise Bouquet at the First Institute.
Next door.
Next door, yes. Yeah.
Τώρα θα πω μερικά λόγια για το καθένα από αυτά τα έργα. Το πρώτο έργο, το έρμα, σημαίνει δεσμός, σημαίνει θεμέλιο, ετυμολογικά. Και το είχα γράψει πριν από 14 χρόνια. Ύστερα από αίτημα του φίλου μου που έγινε κατόπιν μαθητής μου, του Ιάπωνα πιανίστα και συνθέτη Yuji Takahashi, στον οποίον και αφιερώθηκε. Το έργο αυτό ανήκει στο τομέα της συμβολικής μουσικής. Έτσι ονόμασα αυτόν τον τομέα, διότι οι ήχοι δεν πρέπει να ακούγονται σε συνειρμό μελωδικό μεταξύ τους, και γενικά η μουσική με παλιότερες συνήθειες που έχουμε και κτημένες αυτόν τον τομέα, αλλά διότι αυτά καθεαυτά οι ήχοι, τα πράγματα με τις σχέσεις τους δεν πρέπει να, και ο ηρμός της μουσικής σύνθεσης να βγαίνει από τα ίδια τα ενόντα. Αυτό το έργο, πάρα πολύ δύσκολο να παιχθεί ακόμα και σήμερα, βασίζεται σε συμπλοκή συνόλων φθόγκων του πιάνου. Δηλαδή το πιάνο είναι ένα μέσο ηχητικό από το οποίο διαλέγονται, τουλάχιστον διάλεξα εγώ, σύνολα, και η σύνθεση, η αρχιτεκτονική του έργου βασίζεται στην αυτήν την αντιμετώπιση των διαφόρων ενώσεων τομών των συνόλων, δηλαδή τα κοινά μέρη, ώστε να σχηματίζουν τελικά μέσα στον χρόνο μία συνάρτηση λογική. Βασίζεται δηλαδή επάνω στην λογική, και τα στοιχεία του πιάνου, δηλαδή οι φθόγγοι, σχηματίζουν οι ίδιοι νέφη. Αυτά είναι τα σύνολα. Το δεύτερο έργο, η Ευριάλη, είναι τελείως διαφορετικό στην σύνταξη, στην κατασκευή. Ανήκει σε μια κατηγορία τελευταίων έργων που έχω αρχίσει, όπου η ουσία είναι στον, αυτό που μπορεί κανείς να...
Thank you very much for the invitation. Organization. Thank you, thank you.
I'm afraid that we do not have time for questions, so we have to pass directly to the second contribution, which is in a way akin to the previous one, because it has to do with Xenakis letters in the same archive, the archives of the Xime, which are housed nowadays at the Conservatoire of Athens, the Athens Conservatoire. So Stella Kurbana will present us an image of Xenakis as a human being, as is contained in the context of these letters. Please, Stella.
Thank you very much. The XIME, the Contemporary Music Research Center, was founded in 1979 by Yannis Xenakis, along with Stefanos Vasiliadis and Yannis Gama Papaioannou, and 22 other members, following the example of Xenakis CEMAMU, Centre d'études de mathématiques et automatique musicale, that has been founded in 1972 in Paris, having as a main goal the research and development of computer-based electroacoustic music in Greece. Today, located at the Athens Conservatoire premises, as Aris Xenakis mentioned, the XIME is an active music research center, and its archives hide valuable chapters of our music tradition, a great part of which is, of course, material related to its basic founder. At the archives, one can find a collection of 23 letters by Xenakis. 22 are addressed to Papaioannou, dating from 1956 until 1962. That is the period Xenakis was living in France and making his first steps as a composer and as an engineer and architect. And one is addressed to the president of the Greek Republic, Konstantinos Karamanlis, as already Nikos showed us. Papaioannou, this great friend of contemporary music in Greece, who offered his life in promoting the work of another prominent Greek composer and pupil of Arnold Schönberg, Nikos Kalkotas, had early realized the importance of the work of Xenakis and was very willing to help him in many ways. In their correspondence, one can discover extremely important issues concerning the life and work of Xenakis. Every one of those 22 letters is a real treasure for the researcher. Through the letters, one can reconstruct Xenakis' life in Paris and at the same time get acquainted with his thoughts, his fears, his aspirations, his dreams. From all this ocean of information, we will focus on 4 chapters. Xenakis in France. Although still at the beginning of their acquaintance, in the first letter to Papaioannou, written in Paris in November 27, 1956, Xenakis feels the need to open up to his Greek supporter and share with him feelings and thoughts. Thanking Papaioannou for an article at the newspaper Nea, an article dedicated to Xenakis' music, the Greek composer, who had been living in exile in Paris since 1947, felt really moved when realizing that there were people supporting him in his homeland, since at the same time, the foreigners did not seem to be very generous. I quote, "Foreigners are always ungenerous with encouraging words when not addressed to compatriots." And as an example, he mentioned the fact that the newspaper Figaro wrote about 5 composers who had won a scholarship and published a short CV only for the French one, which for the other, while for the other 4, there was only a mention of their names. To conclude that, I quote, "French in general are chauvinists, whilst German are much more open." As far as contemporary music was concerned, things were not easier. I quote again, "Generally, avant-garde French composers are performed in Germany, but in France, no orchestra, private or public, does want to perform them. Only Boulez succeeded to present contemporary works, and again choosing composers who were strictly dodecaphonic, serial. In Greek, stena dodekaphongistes is the word. And of his own mentality." I'm reminding you here the disagreement with the serial music and in Boulez, of course, of Xenakis. In a letter of July 22, 1958, we read again about the difficulties he had to face as a foreigner composer in France. I quote, Greeks think that life in France offers great facilities, but they forget that everyday living and competition is in another level. And for a Greek, it is a double fight. To understand the mentality of life here, of the social relationships and values that are different from those there, meaning in Greece, and to prepare for and surpass the best in if they have an ambition or just pride. In the word in Greek is philotimo. In Paris, either you disappear and even the stones forget you, σε ξεχνάνε και οι πέτρες, or you're patient and you work night and day until your work and efforts are recognized. Triumphs for a Greek foreigner do not exist, especially when one seeks for avant-garde. Teaching the French, who has a non-stop tradition of 1,000 years, or German. End of quotation. So the first at least 10 years were not easy for Xenakis. He had to work very hard and wait until he would see his work being approved and applauded, even though he lived in France. But it was a period during which he was mostly occupied with engineering and architecture. And that leads us to the second chapter, which is Xenakis and Le Corbusier, and of course the Philips Pavilion. It is really fascinating to follow day by day all those historical moments through Xenakis' words, right at the moment when those facts were taking place. On the first letter of 1956 that we already saw, Xenakis mentions his involvement with the Philips Pavilion. I quote again. The Philips company asked Le Corbusier to create a pavilion for the International Exposition of 1958 in Brussels. He, that would be Le Corbusier, assigned me the architecture study, and I made a pavilion without any of his instructions, or better say, against his instructions, and he finally approved it with no changes. It is quite original. Inside, he, Le Corbusier again, will make an electronic poem with colored projections and games of light and shadows and sound. For music, he will collaborate with Varese and myself. Varese will make music lasting 8 minutes and I 2 minutes. That is the concret pecha, is the work he's referring to. It is very interesting, and I believe it will make impression. Interesting is a word key for Xenakis. The next chapter of the Philips Pavilion appears in a letter of April 1958 that would be 2 days after the inauguration of the Brussels exhibition. After discussing Pithoprakta, you heard a small example before.
Extract, very small.
Very
extract.
small before. Xenakis refers to the pavilion. I quote, I'm also sending you an article ordered to me by the Philips company about the architecture of the pavilion that I made for Le Corbusier. After discussing Pithoprakta, you will see how and why I gave that form. Le Corbusier admits my role in that, although he doesn't mind accepting the congratulations instead of me. It is a fight with him and with Philips. And when it is over, I will tell you about it. Finally, Le Corbusier accepts the title Architecture Philips Le Corbusier plus Yannis Xenakis officially. And of course, as most of you already know, that fight between Le Corbusier and Xenakis was to be fatal a couple of years later. As Xenakis mentioned many years after all that, they both liked and estimated each other, and their fight was basically a matter of difference of generation. As far as the Philips Pavilion was concerned, Xenakis was very proud because for the first time he had to change, he had the chance to create something completely by himself, and that something was a totally different thing. For the pavilion, he had used the main idea that he had also used in his first, let's say, revolutionary work, Meta-Xenakis. The goal was to try and allow it to move from one point to another without disturbing the continuity. What he did with the glissandi in Meta-Xenakis, we also heard an example, small one, he would also do for the pavilion with hyperbolics and parabolics. So right from the start, Xenakis was reflecting like a homo universalis, as we had a discussion with Haris Xanthidakis those days preparing the Symposium. We were discussing that he was a homo universalis. And speaking of Xenakis' music, let us see that what he was writing about his early compositions in his letters. It is very interesting to see that Xenakis felt the need to discuss several issues about his compositions with Papaioannou, not only about the reception of a work, but also about the creation of the works themselves. When the Pithoprakta were first performed in southern Germany, no one seemed to have understood what Xenakis was trying to do, although it was Germany. And they wrote that he was like a worm made of nickel that eats the corpse. This is why he felt so relieved when he read Papaioannou's analysis of it, and he knew that he had a great interlocutor with whom he could share his thoughts. So in a small card of perhaps 1960, he wrote to Papaioannou, I wrote for piano an application, the word is εφαρμογή in Greek. I finally found a symbolic music like the symbolic logic. The work he's referring to is, of course, Herma. You heard him before in Greek analyzing it in the presentation of Nikos Charizanos. A work he composed between 1960 and 1962 for piano. And it is then when he finally, as he mentions, found a way to make a parallel between mathematics and music. Once again, we see that he thinks holistically. George Boole's algebra, the symbolic logic, was the base of his new idea for composition. When asked why he chose the term symbolic music, he answered, because sounds are symbols. They have no other meaning. Xenakis believed that music cannot provoke emotion. It is the psychological and sociological context that make us react emotionally to music. And that would be perhaps an answer to the question that the gentleman asked before to Haris Xanthidakis. Xenakis answered. Xenakis wanted to create a new sound universe that would be different from any other existing, and I'm stealing again from Haris the term a new sound universe. But what perhaps is more interesting in Xenakis' letters concerning his music is connected to his relationship with his homeland. In a letter of February 25, 1960, Xenakis was writing to Papaioannou to ask Manos Hatzidakis, who would go to France, to bring him Byzantine music and some of his own compositions. Hatzidakis, I mean, because at the period he was working on the music for the film Orient-Occident that would be finally presented at the Cannes Festival on May 1960, a couple of months later. That was actually the reason why he had listened to RTF, Radio Diffusion Télévision Française, where they were playing music of Pondos. The listening of this music provoked him great nostalgia. I quote, I got so nostalgic. I counted the years that I stayed in France away from Greece. And that thought made him ask himself, what kind of music do I make? International or French? I hope the first, since Greek I cannot. Who knows why? Although it doesn't really matter anymore. Greek, okay, but only if that could stand as a model for the whole earth tomorrow. Fortunately, art does no longer have borders, but it is good when your homeland brings the best fruits. The last part of this presentation will travel many years later, when Xenakis, after Karamanlis gave him back his Greek citizenship in 1975, could come back to Greece. As he confused to Balit Andras Varga, Xenakis for years was tortured by guilt for leaving the country for which he had fought, for leaving his friends, some of whom were in prison or even dead. So he felt a deep need to do something important for Greece. It was like a mission that would give him back the right to live. These are his words. So he decided to do in Greece what he had also done in France. In the letter addressed to Konstantinos Karamanlis that we also already saw by Nikos Charizanos' presentation, in that letter addressed to Karamanlis, Xenakis reveals his dreams about his future activities in Greece, seeking for support from the Greek Ministry of Culture and without asking for any personal financial aid. Xenakis literally offers himself to Greece in such a moving gesture that it is incredible that the Greek state did not grasp the opportunity. Although Nikos gave you a small summary of the letter, allow me to read a couple of phrases, because I think they're really talkative, really expressive. Dear President, 6 years ago, you issued a special decree that gave me back my Greek citizenship and deleted the contamination of my youth. As a result, thanks to you, I could finally return to Greece for the first time after 27 years of hard exile, even if I spent them along with the friendly and beautiful nation of French, who honored me with the French citizenship in 1965. I owe you great favor for that. My joy was great, and I was ready to help with all my strength to the new rebuilding of the culture of my homeland. And I was thinking that I could, if not completely, at least partly move my base of cultural and educational activity, I'm a professor at the Sorbonne, to Greece, so that the young people in my homeland can take advantage of the quality and the experience of my whole intensive cultural activity abroad. This is why I proposed the foundation of a Center of Scientific Research on Music in Greece, following the example of the center that I created in Paris with main financial support by the Ministry of Culture in France and according to the official will of the president of the time, Georges Pompidou. That center would offer to Greece an original, a model medium, and one of the most advanced ones in the world for learning music, for composing and promoting the most recent methods that are based in mathematics, physics, acoustics, the history of music, and the cutting-edge technology of computers. That reminds me of STEAM, which is very much used nowadays. The center that I created in France is the fruit of the most advanced cultural scientific concept in music. My role would be, as in the French center, simply guiding scientifically and artistically without any other reward, only having the joy to help to my art and to my country. Although his country had condemned him to death, as Iris mentions in the documentary that we will see at the end of, we will see the presentation at the end of this symposium. And because of that contamination, he was obliged to live away from Greece. For 25 years, Xenakis wanted to earn back the right to live, as he said, by offering to Greece the best he could. That was the great man Yannis Xenakis, as seen through his letters. Thank you very much.
I'm afraid that we have to pass directly to the following
Yes, because we just,
speaker.
the three presentations are
Yes.
pretty much to the same, so we could make the questions all together.
Yes. Perhaps I would mention that I was 8 years old when I myself visited the Philips Pavilion in Brussels. My father was serving at the Navy at the time, and I was with him in Brussels when we visited this exhibition together with the Philips Pavilion. Katerina Tsukra was one of my students at the Ionian University. She is preparing a PhD on precisely the period that Xenakis flourished. A PhD on history of music, of Greek music, of that period, including a competition, a concours, organized here in Athens, where I think Xenakis had the first prize.
I'm not going to tell you. I will tell it. I will refer to it in a moment.
Okay. So she's a specialist of Xenakis music and life. Her paper has to do with proposing a new way of analysis. No. Of Yannis Xenakis and the contemporary music institutions in Greece. She's going to place Xenakis in the topology of Greek institutions in music.
Thank you very much. During the recent years, there has been an increasing interest for music in Greece, contemporary music in Greece, and contemporary music created by Greek composers. The spotlight by musicologists, historians, journalists on Greece, etc., is indeed overdue. However, there has been a major exception to that rule. Can you please, the next slide? Yeah, thank you. Yannis Xenakis has been globally acknowledged for his life, his works, and his mind. Yet, it is only in recent years that Xenakis' relation to his country has been the subject of musicological research. And to a certain extent, for a good reason, as it was the same country that sentenced him to death in 1947, led him to self-exile, and only after 27 years and the collapse of the military junta in Greece was he able to take his passport back and returned to Greece as an accomplished, worldwide known composer. Despite the political circumstances, research has shown that in no way was Xenakis disconnected to his country in relation to the progress that was made in the field of contemporary music. Now, let me introduce to you the more international audience, because all Greeks here at this room may know him. Another man, an interesting and quite polarizing figure for the Greek contemporary music, both pre and post-war. Next slide, please. John Papaioannou was actively involved in the contemporary music life in Greece after the unexpected passing of another Greek composer, Nikos Kalkotas, in 1949. Papaioannou was an amateur musicologist, an architect who studied at the same school as Xenakis, although they were not classmates, a skilled pianist, and a brother to other two professional pianists. Papaioannou was a member of a committee that was asked by the family of the late Kalkotas to take care of his archive. From that time on, he worked tirelessly for the promotion not only for his works, Kalkotas' works, but of the Greek contemporary music in general until his last days. Papaioannou and Xenakis seem to have started their correspondence in early 1956, as Stella showed a card for Happy New Year in 1956. Although Nikos Ioakim has discovered that Papagiannou and Xenakis met in Donau Eschingen in 1955 when Meta-Xenakis were presented. They were discussing Xenakis' accomplishments in their correspondence, as he was trying to keep Papagiannou well informed about his progress on certain projects, as well as performances of his works and critiques. Slide. Thank you. Papagiannou, on the other hand, was the one who, according to a 27 November 56 letter that both Stella and Nikos, I think, showed, Xenakis mentions, and I quote, "For the first time, Papagiannou mentioned my work in Greece. I am particularly pleased because until now I didn't have any support from my own land," end quote. He also included Xenakis' works at his famous lectures. Papagiannou included Xenakis' works at his famous lectures at the Hellenic American Union in '59, when avant-garde composers were presented. Undeniably, Papagiannou started supporting Xenakis at the time that no one did in Greece, but that was about to change. By that time, Xenakis was investing on his international reputation and career. In 1962, Papagiannou, as an employee of the very famous Athens Technological Institute of Konstantinos Doxiadis, organized an avant-garde music competition. That's the time Mr. Xanthidakis referred to.
Yes.
Yeah, the first of its kind in post-war Greece. He, of course, informed Xenakis about it, and the composer competed with 2 of the 4 works he sent to the jury. Xenakis was awarded, in absence, the first Manos Hatzidakis Prize for his work Morsima Morsima, ex aequo with Anestis Logothetis in a touching ceremony, having his father receiving the prize for him. That was a monumental moment for Greek modernism in music, since this was the reason that brought together many avant-garde composers who at that time lived abroad and brought them at the same room and almost forced them to realize that, one, they had enough avant-garde composers to support the competition in Greece, both by competing and judging. Number 2, the avant-garde music actually existed in Greece. And number 3, that they, as Greek composers, wanted to represent their country officially at international festivals. Next slide, please. This is a photo with Xenakis missing from the competition. The winners have their prizes on hand, and at the back is the jury. Next slide. And this is the prize. The first prize that Xenakis won and was presented to his father. And this is a photograph of this specific item, the specific metal, a medal. It's like a medal from Xenakis' home. All the above mentioned the realizations kick-started a very fruitful period for modern music by leading to the founding of the Greek branch of the International Society for Contemporary Music in 1964, and the Hellenic Association for Contemporary Music in 1965, which was created to support the Greek branch to international events that functioned as one. Papagiannou was a prominent figure and was for many years participating as a general secretary at the board and then as a president. Next slide, please. Papagiannou, as a member of the Hellenic Association of Contemporary Music Board, promoted Xenakis' works at the most prestigious and historical events for contemporary music in Greece, such as the 5 Weeks of Contemporary Music in 1966, 67, 68, 71, and 76, for which the association is mostly known for today. Xenakis' works were presented consistently during these festivals, and lectures were delivered about him and other innovative composers. Among these performances was, as we already mentioned, the memorable interpretation of Erma by Yuji Takahashi during the Second Hellenic Week in 1967. Furthermore, the association was the one to organize the Xenakis' Week in 1975 after Xenakis returned to Greece, and also realized the Polytope de Mycène in 1978. Papaioannou was always behind each event. When Xenakis' passport was restored to him in 1974, the composer had some great plans for his homeland, which was at that time under a conservative yet pro-European administration. Xenakis, and I quote, was ready to contribute to his new reconstruction of the culture of his country, as Stella already mentioned. And the first thing he asked to do in Athens was to establish a center of his own for contemporary music in Greece. In fact, Xenakis wrote to the president of Hellenic Republic, Konstantinos Karamanlis, that he was ready to contribute to the whole reconstruction of the new start of the democracy in the country by relocating his artistic and educational activities. He also wrote that it could have been an opportunity for the beginning of his own relocation in Greece, and it was clear that Xenakis' intentions were to have a constant and substantial presence in Greece through a center that would function as a professional base in Athens. It was in Bonn in 1977, during the World Music Days, when the final decision of creating a Greek institution was taken. Papaioannou and his colleague, and also member of the board of the Hellenic Association of Contemporary Music, Stefanos Vasiliadis, were present. Then Xenakis presented for the first time his brand new innovative computer system named UPIC. And the three men decided that Xenakis' plan could actually start being realized. Next slide. In 1979, the Contemporary Music Research Centers hereinafter XIME, its acronym in Greek, statutes were signed by 25 founding members, and the center started its journey. This photo, you can see at the top the name of Yannis Xenakis in Greek, and a little faded, his signature on the right. Xenakis expressed his intention of founding his Greek center and bringing his experience and know-how from his French center, Semamu, in Greece. Undoubtedly, establishing a new center or association for contemporary music in Greece was not a new concept for Papaioannou. Today, Semamu can be considered as a predecessor of XIME. However, XIME's family tree has also some Greek branches and quite an interesting heritage. Even though XIME had been founded in 1979, it did not have the resources to function as a proper music research center. It didn't have a space nor the funds. Next slide, please. XIME has had its opening ceremony in 1986, having Xenakis himself introducing his center to the public. Until then, its primary source of financial support was the government's aid through the Ministry of Culture and Science at the time, the Ministry of Coordination and some specific branch of the ministry. And the main reason that explains a big primary investment of the center is also the reason behind its inception at the first place, in Bonn in 1977, the purchase of UPIC. In the first years of XIME's active life, its activities lied primarily on the promotion of the UPIC, which is still the only one in Greece. Young composers, as the man sitting right to me, booked XIME's studio to work, residencies were promoted, an LP record with works that used the epic were created, and also Xime organized presentations and lessons to children and showed them how they could draw music or listen to their drawings. That time, which was late 80s and early 90s, these activities were truly innovative and ranked Xenakis Center in Greece among the most important centers for the music in the country. However, in 1994, Xenakis, who was serving as a president, although he never actually moved to Athens as he promised, resigned from his position due to a financial misunderstanding related to concerts of the Xenakis ensemble in Greece in that period. By 2004, Xenakis, Papaioannou, and Vassiliadis, the three men that imagined the Xenakis Center in Greece, had passed away. Next slide. Papaioannou's family estate, including a precious library and archives from the other members of his family, was inherited by the Hormouzios Papaioannou Foundation, an institution that promotes music and literature. It is also an unofficial, we may say, sibling of Xime by choice. Well, we don't really know if it was actually a decision from Papaioannou. Papaioannou, having been one of the most prominent figures behind most of all of the contemporary music institutions in Greece, he had collected an enormous archive that can reflect the history of post-war music of the country. He was a founding member to all of them, and he served usually as a general secretary or a president. The archives were kept by him, as a lot of the other members of all different boards were not permanently living in Greece or willing to take on the responsibility of keeping an archive. However, even though his mindset was to preserve his work and the different institutions' archives that he personally kept, he did not, in any case, differentiate his own personal or professional archive from the archives of the institutions that he served as a member of the board. Some of those institutions are the Greek branch of the International Society for Contemporary Music and the Hellenic Association for Contemporary Music that have been already mentioned, but also the Nikos Kalkotas French Society, the Keti Papaioannou Competition, the Hellenic Music Circle, the Laboratory of Contemporary Music at the Athens Goethe Institute. Xime was the last institution that Papaioannou was involved with, and their archives, with the exception of legal papers, official printed material, newly digitized material, and all its equipment, cannot be differentiated by Papaioannou's archive until the year 2000, when he passed away. Nowadays, the Hormouzios Papaioannou Foundation archive and the Xime's archive and all other institutions' archives are considered unified, since it's sometimes impossible to draw a line of what document belongs to which exact collection. Additionally, Papaioannou, at the end of his life, was conducted all those institutions simultaneously at Xime's office, and with the help of Xime's personnel that some were here a moment ago, and at the same office. Whether these circumstances were fortunate or unfortunate, it will be revealed in the future. For now, it is safe to say that Xenakis, Papaioannou, and Vassiliadis did not complicate things in relation to the archives in purpose while establishing Xime. However, taking all the above into account, it is also safe to assume that Xenakis Center, Xenakis' own contemporary music institution in Greece, includes the history of all the previous post-war organizations, institutions, and associations related to contemporary music that it inherited, both in a historical and in a practical way, by including their archives to its own. Today, those activities can be accessed at the Athens Conservatoire's premises. Thank you for the attention, and thanks a lot to Xime's people that provided me with some information that cannot be accessed anyway else. Thank you.
Thank you Thank you, Katerina, very much. Perhaps it should be mentioned that apart from all these institutions and activities around the personality of John Papaioannou, there has been quite early an effort to establish a symphonic orchestra in Athens, independent of the state orchestra, an orchestra organized and conducted by Manos Chatridakis, the person that organized the competition.
That funded.
Yes.
The competition.
So he was the first to perform Xenakis music in Athens, and he was the first to invite Yuji Takahashi to do so. He played a Honda with his orchestra, I think in '66.
Yeah, it was the Athens Experimental Orchestra.
Yes, very small duration of time, 3 years, I think.
2 years.
2 years, yes, something like that. But he was the first to perform Xenakis music in Athens. Thank you very much. Yes, questions without answers, maybe. Loretta.
It's not really a question. It's just the realization that listening to Katerina talking about all these activities during these decades, my mind goes to similar history that is already written for institution like the Domaine Musical. And I think this is what is your task now. I mean, to make all this history presentable, because it's an extraordinary purpose. And it shows vitality, it shows how many people were involved in that, and how much in phase they were with the music of their time.
Yeah, but they are one step ahead of us right now.
Yeah.
That's
it's essential, I mean, to show all these connections with other institutions and the amount of years and everything that they did.
Their day-to-day.
Exactly. So I mean, yeah, it's not there's no question there to ask anything, but I think that we're all going to be very impressed when all this is going to be
combined and
connected.
There is a curious thing, not very well known by foreigners, by foreign people, that Greece was present in many of the principal phases of music history. For instance, Nikos Kalpotas was not only one of Schoenberg's pupils, a very important one, but he did something different than Schoenberg himself. Xenakis also and Yannis Christou were making their way through the musical modernism in their very personal way, and containing many Greek aspects, so to say. Perhaps we may mention that even the beginning of the so-called classical music, that is to say, the music of musical works, according to a theory that coincides with the Genesis and the development of bourgeois class had its musical equivalent in Greece with Manzaros, the first composer of the Greek state that started composing before even the formation of this state, that he started composing just 6 years after the death of Joseph Haydn. Thank you.
So thank you very much. We have an intermission of 1 hour and a quarter of time, during which you will be seeing this video for those who are the Zoom or the streaming. And we have an appointment here at 3 o'clock. Okay?
Νομίζω ότι δεν υπάρχει περίπτωση να ασχολείται κάποιος επιστημονικά, μουσικολογικά, ειδικά με την ιστορία της ελληνικής μουσικής και να μην ενδιαφέρεται με κάποιο τρόπο για το έργο του Γιάννη Ξενάκη.
Ένας μύθος ως ο άνθρωπος με την πολύ δύσκολη μουσική.
Recognize the man, the personality, the musician, the architect, the creator, the inspiration. The inspiration.
Γνωρίστε τον. Έχει ένα πολύ μεγάλο έργο, σχεδόν 140 έργα. Πολύ ποικίλο το έργο του. Έχει σημασία αυτό, δηλαδή δεν το γνωρίζεις αν ακούσεις 2-3 έργα.
Ενώ όλοι οι Αμερικάνοι, οι Γάλλοι, οι πάντες ας πούμε από την μουσική πληροφορική κοινότητα αισθανόντουσαν όλοι ότι συνεργάζονται, ανταγωνίζονται, κάνουν οτιδήποτε, αλλά μαζί. Ο Ξενάκης πάντα είχε μια δικιά του διαδρομή.
Μου έκανε εντύπωση, αλλά ο Ξενάκης, ενώ η πατρίδα του τον απέρριψε, τον είχε καταδικάσει σε θάνατο και του είχε αφαιρέσει την υπηκότητα. Ο ίδιος πάντα αισθανόταν και λειτουργούσε και στο εξωτερικό ως Έλληνας.
Cette exposition est accrochée pour la première fois à la maison de l'université de Rouen. Elle montre des documents inédits que Bruno Rastoin, plasticien et photographe, a confiés au centre Meta-Xenakis. Elle montre donc ces photographies prises lors de l'installation du diatope de Meta-Xenakis pour l'inauguration du centre Beaubourg à Paris en 1977-78. Bruno Rastoin était un membre fondateur du centre Meta-Xenakis depuis 2009. Il était très actif dans l'association et il nous a donc légué ce fonds de 300 photographies complètement inédites du montage et du démontage du diatope. Le diatope est un spectacle total mêlant à la fois une œuvre musicale, la légendaire, une œuvre électroacoustique spécialement composée pour cet événement, la conception d'un pavillon architectural éphémère pour inaugurer le centre Georges Pompidou, mais aussi une partition d'effets lumineux et aussi un choix de texte pour mettre en avant en fait, la vision cosmique de l'art de Xenakis. L'idée de cette exposition est née d'une commande faite par l'université de Rouen, d'une charge de cours autour d'un séminaire de recherche avec les étudiants en Master 1 recherche musicologie. Et donc j'ai tout de suite souhaité mettre en avant le fonds légué par Bruno Rastoin, ce fonds photographique complètement unique qui apporte un regard véritablement neuf sur cet événement, le diatope. Et donc j'ai souhaité engager les étudiants de ce séminaire dans un projet de recherche-action, l'idée étant de les mettre directement au contact de la matière, des archives, des photographies, des articles de presse recensés qui se trouvent dans les archives du centre Meta-Xenakis et qui sont conservés au service commun de la documentation à la BU de Lettres à Mont-Saint-Aignan. Et donc voilà, là ce qu'on voit ici, en fait, c'est le fruit de leurs travaux qui s'appuient aussi évidemment sur les travaux menés conjointement entre Meta-Xenakis et Sharon Kanak autour de leur livre Musique de l'architecture.
Lors du séminaire, on s'est réparti les tâches. Je me suis occupé de la presse papier, comme vous pouvez le voir derrière moi. Ces coupures de presse viennent du centre Meta-Xenakis.
Donc les étudiants se sont engagés durant ce séminaire sur le choix des textes, le choix des photographies, la manière dont toute cette matière, ces manuscrits, etc., allait être répartie entre les écrans et les kakémonos qu'on voit ici. On a voulu également que cette exposition soit interactive, donc ils se sont engagés aussi dans la création de QR codes avec des cartes interactives qui montrent, par exemple, la manière dont les polytopes ont voyagé à travers le monde.
C'est un texte écrit lors du séminaire de recherche par une étudiante Erasmus, Francesca Stalbi. Elle dit « Je suis chanteuse classique de formation et c'est la première fois que j'écoute une œuvre de Xenakis. En écoutant la légendaire, je découvre un autre monde musical inconnu du mien et qui m'impressionne. La légendaire est un choc. Elle fait partie des œuvres qui resteront longtemps gravées dans ma mémoire. » Voilà.
Νομίζω ότι δεν υπάρχει περίπτωση να ασχολείται κάποιος επιστημονικά, μουσικολογικά, ειδικά με την ιστορία της ελληνικής μουσικής και να μην ενδιαφέρεται με κάποιο τρόπο για το έργο του Γιάννη Ξενάκη.
Ένας μύθος ως ο άνθρωπος με την πολύ δύσκολη μουσική.
Recognize the man, the personality, the musician, the architect, the creator, the inspiration. The inspiration.
Γνωρίστε τον. Έχει ένα πολύ μεγάλο έργο, σχεδόν 140 έργα. Πολύ ποικίλο το έργο του. Η σημασία αυτό, δηλαδή δεν το γνωρίζεις αν ακούσεις 2-3 έργα.
Ενώ όλοι οι Αμερικάνοι, οι Γάλλοι, οι πάντες ας πούμε από την μουσική πληροφορική κοινότητα αισθανόντουσαν όλοι ότι συνεργάζονται, ανταγωνίζονται, κάνουν οτιδήποτε, αλλά μαζί. Ο Ξενάκης πάντα είχε μια δικιά του διαδρομή.
Μου έκανε εντύπωση, αλλά ο Ξενάκης, ενώ η πατρίδα του τον απέρριψε, τον είχε καταδικάσει σε θάνατο και του είχε αφαιρέσει την υπηκότητα. Ο ίδιος πάντα αισθανόταν και λειτουργούσε και στο εξωτερικό ως Έλληνας.
Et il y a aussi un choix de texte pour mettre en avant en fait la vision cosmique de l'art de Xenakis. L'idée de cette exposition d'une charge de cours autour d'un séminaire de recherche avec les étudiants en Master 1 recherche musicologie. Et il y a aussi un choix de texte mettre en avant en fait, la vision cosmique léguée par Bruno Rastoin de l'art de Xenakis complètement unique. L'idée apporte un regard véritablement neuf sur cet événement, le diatope. Et donc j'ai souhaité engager les étudiants de ce séminaire dans un projet de recherche-action. L'idée étant de les mettre directement au contact de la matière, mettre en avant des photographies, des articles de presse recensés qui se trouvent dans les archives. Cette exposition est accrochée pour la première fois à la maison de l'université de Rouen. Elle montre des documents inédits que Bruno Rastoin, plasticien et photographe, a confié des articles de presse au centre Meta-Xenakis. Elle montre donc ces photographies prises lors de l'installation du diatope de Meta-Xenakis pour l'inauguration du centre Beaubourg à Paris en 1977-78. Bruno Rastoin était un membre fondateur du centre Meta-Xenakis depuis 2009. Il était très actif dans l'association et il nous a donc légué ce fonds de 300 photographies complètement inédites du montage et du démontage du diatope. Le diatope est un spectacle total mêlant à la fois une œuvre musicale, la légende d'air, une œuvre électroacoustique spécialement composée pour cet événement, la conception d'un pavillon architectural éphémère pour inaugurer le centre Georges Pompidou, mais aussi une partition d'effets lumineux et aussi un choix de texte pour mettre en avant en fait la vision cosmique de l'art de Xenakis. L'idée de cette exposition est née d'une commande faite par l'Université de Rouen, d'une charge de cours autour d'un séminaire de recherche avec les étudiants en Master 1 Recherche Musicologie. Et donc j'ai tout de suite souhaité mettre en avant le fonds légué par Bruno Rastoin, ce fonds photographique complètement unique qui apporte un regard véritablement neuf sur cet événement, le diatope. Et donc j'ai souhaité engager les étudiants de ce séminaire dans un projet de recherche-action. L'idée étant de les mettre directement au contact de la matière, des archives, des photographies, des articles de presse recensés qui se trouvent dans les archives du centre Meta-Xenakis et qui sont conservés au service commun de la documentation à la BU de Lettres à Mont-Saint-Aignan. Et donc voilà, là ce qu'on voit ici, en fait, c'est le fruit de leurs travaux qui s'appuient aussi évidemment sur les travaux menés conjointement entre Meta-Xenakis et Sharon Kanak autour de leur livre Musique de l'architecture.
Lors du séminaire, on s'est réparti les tâches. Je me suis occupé de la presse papier, comme vous pouvez le voir derrière moi. Ces coupures de presse viennent du centre Meta-Xenakis.
Donc les étudiants se sont engagés durant ce séminaire sur le choix des textes, le choix des photographies, la manière dont toute cette matière, ces manuscrits, etc., allait être répartie entre les écrans et les kakémonos qu'on voit ici. On a voulu également que cette exposition soit interactive, donc ils se sont engagés aussi dans la création de QR codes avec des cartes interactives qui montrent par exemple la manière dont les polytopes ont voyagé à travers le monde.
C'est un texte écrit lors du séminaire de recherche par une étudiante Erasmus, Francesca Stalbi. Elle dit « Je suis chanteuse classique de formation et c'est la première fois que j'écoute une œuvre de Meta-Xenakis. En écoutant la légende d'air, je découvre un autre monde musical inconnu du mien et qui m'impressionne. La légende d'air est un choc. Elle fait partie des œuvres qui resteront longtemps gravées dans ma mémoire. » Voilà.
Νομίζω ότι δεν υπάρχει περίπτωση να ασχολείται κάποιος επιστημονικά, μουσικολογικά, ειδικά με την ιστορία της ελληνικής μουσικής και να μην ενδιαφέρεται με κάποιο τρόπο για το έργο του Γιάννη Ξενάκη.
Ένας μύθος ως ο άνθρωπος με την πολύ δύσκολη μουσική.
Recognize the man, the personality, the musician, the architect, the creator, the inspiration. The inspiration.
Γνωρίστε τον. Έχει ένα πολύ μεγάλο έργο, σχεδόν 140 έργα. Πολύ ποικίλο το έργο του. Έχει σημασία αυτό, δηλαδή δεν το γνωρίζεις αν ακούσεις 2-3 έργα.
Ενώ όλοι οι Αμερικάνοι, οι Γάλλοι, οι πάντες ας πούμε από την μουσική πληροφορική κοινότητα αισθανόντουσαν όλοι ότι συνεργάζονται, ανταγωνίζονται, κάνουν οτιδήποτε, αλλά μαζί. Ο Ξενάκης πάντα είχε μια δικιά του διαδρομή.
Μου έκανε εντύπωση, αλλά ο Ξενάκης, ενώ η πατρίδα του τον απέρριψε, τον είχε καταδικάσει σε θάνατο και του είχε αφαιρέσει την υπηκότητα. Ο ίδιος πάντα αισθανόταν και λειτουργούσε και στο εξωτερικό ως Έλληνας.
Cette exposition est accrochée pour la première fois à la maison de l'université de Rouen. Elle montre des documents inédits que Bruno Rastoin, plasticien et photographe, a confiés au centre Meta-Xenakis. Elle montre donc ces photographies prises lors de l'installation du diatope de Meta-Xenakis pour l'inauguration du centre Beaubourg à Paris en 1977-78. Bruno Rastoin était un membre fondateur du centre Meta-Xenakis depuis 2009. Il était très actif dans l'association et il nous a donc légué ce fonds de 300 photographies complètement inédites du montage et du démontage du diatope. Le diatope est un spectacle total mêlant à la fois une œuvre musicale, la légendaire, une œuvre électroacoustique spécialement composée pour cet événement, la conception d'un pavillon architectural éphémère pour inaugurer le centre Georges Pompidou, mais aussi une partition d'effets lumineux et aussi un choix de texte pour mettre en avant en fait la vision cosmique de l'art de Xenakis. L'idée de cette exposition est née d'une commande faite par l'Université de Rouen, d'une charge de cours autour d'un séminaire de recherche avec les étudiants en Master 1 Recherche Musicologie. Et donc j'ai tout de suite souhaité mettre en avant le fonds légué par Bruno Rastoin, ce fonds photographique complètement unique qui apporte un regard véritablement neuf sur cet événement, le diatope. Et donc j'ai souhaité engager les étudiants de ce séminaire dans un projet de recherche-action. L'idée étant de les mettre directement au contact de la matière, des archives, des photographies, des articles de presse recensés qui se trouvent dans les archives du centre Meta-Xenakis et qui sont conservés au service commun de la documentation à la BU de Lettres à Mont-Saint-Aignan. Et donc voilà, là ce qu'on voit ici, en fait, c'est le fruit de leurs travaux qui s'appuient aussi évidemment sur les travaux menés conjointement entre Meta-Xenakis et Sharon Kanak autour de leur livre Musique de l'architecture.
Lors du séminaire, on s'est réparti les tâches. Je me suis occupé de la presse papier, comme vous pouvez le voir derrière moi. Ces coupures de presse viennent du centre Meta-Xenakis.
Donc les étudiants se sont engagés durant ce séminaire sur le choix des textes, le choix des photographies, la manière dont toute cette matière, ces manuscrits, etc., allait être répartie entre les écrans et les kakémonos qu'on voit ici. On a voulu également que cette exposition soit interactive, donc ils se sont engagés aussi dans la création de QR codes avec des cartes interactives qui montrent, par exemple, la manière dont les polytopes ont voyagé à travers le monde.
C'est un texte écrit lors du séminaire de recherche par une étudiante Erasmus, Francesca Stalbi. Elle dit « Je suis chanteuse classique de formation et c'est la première fois que j'écoute une œuvre de Meta-Xenakis. En écoutant la légendaire, je découvre un autre monde musical inconnu du mien et qui m'impressionne. La légendaire est un choc. Elle fait partie des œuvres qui resteront longtemps gravées dans ma mémoire. » Voilà.
Νομίζω ότι δεν υπάρχει περίπτωση να ασχολείται κάποιος επιστημονικά, μουσικολογικά, ειδικά με την ιστορία της ελληνικής μουσικής και να μην ενδιαφέρεται με κάποιο τρόπο για το έργο του Γιάννη Ξενάκη.
Ένας μύθος ως ο άνθρωπος με την πολύ δύσκολη μουσική.
Recognize the man, the personality, the musician, the architect, the creator, the inspiration. The inspiration.
Γνωρίστε τον. Έχει ένα πολύ μεγάλο έργο, σχεδόν 140 έργα. Πολύ ποικίλο το έργο του. Έχει σημασία αυτό, δηλαδή δεν το γνωρίζεις αν ακούσεις 2-3 έργα.
Ενώ όλοι οι Αμερικάνοι, οι Γάλλοι, οι πάντες ας πούμε από την μουσική πληροφορική κοινότητα αισθανόντουσαν όλοι ότι συνεργάζονται, ανταγωνίζονται, κάνουν οτιδήποτε, αλλά μαζί. Ο Ξενάκης πάντα είχε μια δικιά του διαδρομή.
Μου έκανε εντύπωση, αλλά ο Ξενάκης, ενώ η πατρίδα του τον απέρριψε, τον είχε καταδικάσει σε θάνατο και του είχε αφαιρέσει την υπηκότητα. Ο ίδιος πάντα αισθανόταν και λειτουργούσε και στο εξωτερικό ως Έλληνας.
Cette exposition est accrochée pour la première fois à la maison de l'université de Rouen. Elle montre des documents inédits que Bruno Rastoin, plasticien et photographe, a confiés au centre Meta-Xenakis. Elle montre donc ces photographies prises lors de l'installation du diatope de Meta-Xenakis pour l'inauguration du centre Beaubourg à Paris en 1977-78. Bruno Rastoin était un membre fondateur du centre Meta-Xenakis depuis 2009. Il était très actif dans l'association et il nous a donc légué ce fonds 300 photographies complètement inédites du montage et du démontage du diatope. Le diatope est un spectacle total mêlant à la fois une œuvre musicale, la légende d'air, une œuvre électroacoustique spécialement composée pour cet événement, la conception d'un pavillon architectural éphémère pour inaugurer le centre Georges Pompidou, mais aussi une partition d'effets lumineux et aussi un choix de texte pour mettre en avant en fait, la vision cosmique de l'art de Xenakis. L'idée de cette exposition est née d'une commande faite par l'université de Rouen, d'une charge de cours autour d'un séminaire de recherche avec les étudiants en Master 1 recherche musicologie. Et donc j'ai tout de suite souhaité mettre en avant le fonds légué par Bruno Rastoin, ce fonds photographique complètement unique qui apporte un regard véritablement neuf sur cet événement, le diatope. Et donc j'ai souhaité engager les étudiants de ce séminaire dans un projet de recherche-action. L'idée étant de les mettre directement au contact de la matière, des archives, des photographies, des articles de presse recensés qui se trouvent dans les archives du centre Meta-Xenakis et qui sont conservés au service commun de la documentation à la BU de Lettres à Mont-Saint-Aignan. Et donc voilà, là ce qu'on voit ici, en fait, c'est le fruit de leurs travaux qui s'appuient aussi évidemment sur les travaux menés conjointement entre Meta-Xenakis et Sharon Kanak autour de leur livre Musique de l'architecture.
Lors du séminaire, on s'est réparti les tâches. Je me suis occupé de la presse papier, comme vous pouvez le voir derrière moi. Ces coupures de presse viennent du centre Meta-Xenakis.
Donc les étudiants se sont engagés durant ce séminaire sur le choix des textes, le choix des photographies, la manière dont toute cette matière, ces manuscrits, etc., allait être répartie entre les écrans et les kakémonos qu'on voit ici. On a voulu également que cette exposition soit interactive, donc ils se sont engagés aussi dans la création de QR codes avec des cartes interactives qui montrent, par exemple, la manière dont les polytopes ont voyagé à travers le monde.
C'est un texte écrit lors du séminaire de recherche par une étudiante Erasmus, Francesca Stalbi. Elle dit « Je suis chanteuse classique de formation et c'est la première fois que j'écoute une œuvre de Meta-Xenakis. En écoutant la légendaire, je découvre un autre monde musical inconnu du mien et qui m'impressionne. La légendaire est un choc. Elle fait partie des œuvres qui resteront longtemps gravées dans ma mémoire. » Voilà.
Νομίζω ότι δεν υπάρχει περίπτωση να ασχολείται κάποιος επιστημονικά, μουσικολογικά, ειδικά με την ιστορία της ελληνικής μουσικής και να μην ενδιαφέρεται με κάποιο τρόπο για το έργο του Γιάννη Ξενάκη.
Ένας μύθος ως ο άνθρωπος με την πολύ δύσκολη μουσική.
Recognize the man, the personality, the musician, the architect, the creator, the inspiration. The inspiration.
Γνωρίστε τον. Έχει ένα πολύ μεγάλο έργο, σχεδόν 140 έργα. Πολύ ποικίλο το έργο του. Έχει σημασία αυτό, δηλαδή δεν το γνωρίζεις αν ακούσεις 2-3 έργα.
Ενώ όλοι οι Αμερικάνοι, οι Γάλλοι, οι πάντες ας πούμε από την μουσική πληροφορική κοινότητα αισθανόντουσαν όλοι ότι συνεργάζονται, ανταγωνίζονται, κάνουν οτιδήποτε, αλλά μαζί. Ο Ξενάκης πάντα είχε μια δικιά του διαδρομή.
Μου έκανε εντύπωση, αλλά ο Ξενάκης, ενώ η πατρίδα του τον απέρριψε, τον είχε καταδικάσει σε θάνατο και του είχε αφαιρέσει την υπηκότητα. Ο ίδιος πάντα αισθανόταν και λειτουργούσε και στο εξωτερικό ως Έλληνας.
Cette exposition est accrochée pour la première fois à la maison de l'université de Rouen. Elle montre des documents inédits que Bruno Rastoin, plasticien et photographe, a confiés au centre Meta-Xenakis. Elle montre donc ces photographies prises lors de l'installation du diatope de Meta-Xenakis pour l'inauguration du centre Beaubourg à Paris en 1977-78. Bruno Rastoin était un membre fondateur du centre Meta-Xenakis depuis 2009. Il était très actif dans l'association et il nous a donc légué ce fonds 300 photographies complètement inédites du montage et du démontage du diatope. Le diatope est un spectacle total mêlant à la fois une œuvre musicale, la légendaire, une œuvre électroacoustique spécialement composée pour cet événement, la conception d'un pavillon architectural éphémère pour inaugurer le centre Georges Pompidou, mais aussi une partition d'effets lumineux et aussi un choix de texte pour mettre en avant en fait la vision cosmique de l'art de Xenakis. L'idée de cette exposition est née d'une commande faite par l'université de Rouen. Dans un projet de recherche-action, l'idée étant de les mettre directement au contact de la matière, des archives, des articles de presse recensés qui se trouvent dans les archives du centre Meta-Xenakis et qui sont conservés au service commun de la documentation à la BU de Lettres à Mont-Saint-Aignan. Et donc, le fruit de leurs travaux qui s'appuie aussi évidemment sur les travaux menés conjointement entre Yannis Xenakis et Sharon Kanak autour de leur livre Musique de l'architecture.
Lors du séminaire, on s'est réparti les tâches. Je me suis occupé de la presse papier, comme vous pouvez le voir.
Par exemple, la manière dont les polytopes ont voyagé à travers le monde.
Hello, everyone. We're back from the lunch break. I'm welcoming you to the third session of our symposium. And there is a slight change in the program. The president will not be Panos Vlachopoulos, but Angelos Mitsios, who is a composer and a collaborator at the Athens Conservatoire Archive. He will be moderating the whole session and the discussion. Angeli.
Hello all. The first presenter of this section is Panos Ligandiris, who is a composer, performer, and educator. He's actually an adjunct lecturer at the National Kapodistrian University of Athens, ECPA as it is known. And his practice comprises of computer-aided compositions, interactive audiovisual installations and performances, immersive audio walks, improvisation, generative intermediate performances, music for dance and theater, so quite a few things. He has obtained a Bachelor of Arts in Database and the Bachelor of Arts in Electronic Music and Composition from the Rotterdam Conservatoire, while following courses at the Institute of Sonology, at the Royal Conservatoire of The Hague and IRCAM. Furthermore, he obtained 2 Masters of Arts degrees, both with distinction, one Art and Technology from the Polytechnic University of Valencia and one in Creative Education from Falmouth University. In 2019, he completed his PhD at the University of Sussex with a Chase AHRC scholarship. And he has been working in higher education since 2011 at Falmouth University, the University of Sussex, the University of Brighton, the Ireland University, and the National and Capodistrian University of Athens. And he's also a fellow of the UK Higher Education Academy, FHEA, since 2012. And his topic presentation is Mapping the Influence Meta-Xenakis' gendering algorithm as a means for creative explorations in live improvised feedback music.
Oh, thank you very much. If I knew that you were going to read all my CV, I would have sent you a shorter one, but that's another story. Thank you very much. Thanks to the organizers. Thanks for being here, for organizing a very interesting and generally smoothly running symposium. My name is Thanos Polymenes, and I have a work that's comprised out of different kind of elements, let's say, as it was described in my CV. And I think it's sort of important to contextualize a bit my work in the economy of today's presentation, because, and if we want, we can go to the next slide. The last few years of my life, I work a lot with the concept of feedback, with the notion of feedback, and I make acousmatic compositions of based on audio feedback. I hack instruments and I convert them into feedback instruments, like this double bass here that, let's say, amplifies its own sound and reproduces it within its own structure. I play music, next please. I play music in ensembles such as the Brain Dead Ensemble or the Feedback Musicianship Network Ensemble. Ensembles that either are based on feedback instruments or that they distribute audio and data between its performers in a feedback manner. Hopefully you'll have the chance to listen to the Brain Dead Ensemble as part of the Meta-Xenakis Music Marathon in December. Next, please. Even my music for music theater works are based on feedback processes, particularly between audience and performers in that case. Lately, I've been experimenting with data feedback processes using dynamic stochastic synthesis for live, free improv and noise performances. Next image, please. Rightfully, you may ask what's a feedback process. So let's go give a look at that first. Well, one may say that the simplest feedback process is if you turn a microphone towards the loudspeaker that amplifies and emits its own signal. In such case, we get a well-known high-pitched noise, very often the frequency of the self-resonance of the audio system and the space that we are within. A similar effect happens when you turn an electric guitar towards its amplifier, and so on and so forth. How do we create feedback, though, within a computer? Well, this is the first line of code is a simple example of a feedback. Here I will present you a simple example of a feedback process. In the first line of code, we have a sine wave oscillator, a simple sine wave oscillator, that I control the frequency of which using a mouse pad. We can listen to it. And in the second example, the code written below, we have the same sort of oscillator, the phase of which, the parameter of the phase, is modulated by an instance of itself. We modulate, therefore, the oscillator not with another oscillator, but with itself. The result is a sort of frequency modulation, as we call it, a sort of frequency modulation called phase modulation. The peculiarity, though, is that both carrier and modulator are the same oscillator. Could we please listen to the example? Okay. The more composite, may I continue? Yes. The more composite sounds one creates in their initial algorithm, the even more complex results will attain if they incorporate feedback to it. For example, in the next example, we have sound that has a bit of reverb and a bit of panning for specialization, and its amplitude is randomly controlled by a low frequency noise generator. To my taste, it's a very beautiful sound indeed. Let's listen to it. Mind the volume in the loudspeaker. If we go to the next, example, if we had picked feedback to it in a similar manner as we did with the first example we saw earlier, adding an instance of the entire algorithm in the parameter of the phase, we get a much more intricate and interesting result, as the algorithm tends to reproduce these occasional random explosions that give a feeling of instability and surprise. Can we please listen to the example? Very well, thank you. The algorithms becomes a sort of a tightrope walker that you never know when and how will lose its balance and will explode in this instance instead of fall. Feedback music has often been described as the type of music based on the notion of meta-control, a process that Da Campo describes it as a process with which you might give away control in order to benefit from the influence the algorithm might reward you with. Music making and performing with feedback has also been described as a process of tango dancing, where the performer and music maker feels more comfortable to follow and be led by the actions of the algorithm rather than imposing their actions to it. It is rather a playing with the algorithm rather than playing the algorithm. The examples I presented here, I made them in a programming language called SuperCollider, an environment I use mostly to make my synthesized music. In my explorations of that programming language, I came across few unit generators that aim to reproduce, or at least are based on, Xenakis' original dynamic stochastic synthesis algorithms. Before I go into describing the dynamic stochastic synthesis algorithms within SuperCollider, I think it's worth taking a look at the history of such synthesis. Let's go to the next slide. Well, stochastic synthesis emerged in the Research Center for Mathematical and Automated Music in Saint-Mamou in Paris by Yannis Xenakis, assisted by Marie-Hélène Serra and Gerard Marino. It was first done and computed by a program called ZenDyn, standing for Génération Dynamique, done in basic programming language. To write the music generated by such programs, Xenakis developed another program called Parag. The result of the combination of these two programs was first presented to public in October 1991 at the Computer Music Conference in Montreal as ZenDyn 301. This work was later withdrawn from the catalog. A month later, in November 1991, their work Zendine 3 was premiered at the Rencontre Internationale de Musique Contemporaine in Metz. After Zendine 3, Xenakis added the possibility of modulating the parameters of the dynamic stochastic synthesis algorithm. With this extended version of Zendine, in 1994, Xenakis made S709, which stands for Section 709, and premiered it at the Journées Upiques Radio France. It is already widely mentioned in bibliography that dynamic stochastic synthesis was first used by Xenakis in certain sections of La Légende d'Air in 1977, and the process used there may be called as the 1977 method, while the 1991 method was used by the composer for the making of Zendine 3 and S709. The difference between these two methods can be found described in detail in the 2009 article of Serge Luc, The Stochastic Synthesis of Yannis Xenakis. Next, please. Essentially, though, both dynamic stochastic synthesis methods allow the composer to design their music in sample level, using a breakpoint interpolation synthesis method. The positions in time and the amplitude of the samples in SANT's digital sound processing are specified by a process of probabilistic perturbation called random walks. The main difference between the two methods in that is that in the 91 method, there are two orders of random walks, when the 1977 method has only one order. Going back into the program I just presented and the dynamic stochastic synthesis processes that can be found there, I'll start by saying that the sound processes or generated within Super Collider are called unit generators. The first three dynamic stochastic synthesis unit generators were made by Nick Collins in 2011. Unit generator Zendi1 is based on the 13th chapter of Formalized Music that describes the 77 method. Zendi2 is based on the 1991 algorithm, as it described in chapter 14th of the same book, and in Hoffman's 2000, the new Zendine program. The third stochastic synthesis unit generator is called Zendi3, in which, according to Collins, quote, a desired frequency can be specified and achieved exactly. Breakpoints are perturbed and duration fixed proportionally within the current period. End of quote. Two more stochastic synthesis unit generators are to be found in Super Collider, Zendi4, a cubic interpolated version of Zendi1, and Zendi5, a non-interpolating version of Zendi1. Next slide, please. Coming across now the Zendi unit generators in Super Collider and fiddling and playing, experimenting with them, I got immediately intrigued in finding ways to possibly use feedback processes to drive their parameters. As Zendi do not take audio input, it is hard to make directly audio feedback. However, they can be driven by data feedback that control their parameters. I started by analyzing Zendi1 output and extract its central frequency and its dynamics to then scale them to its input parameters and feed them back to it. The results were immediately rewarding. It was as if one controlled a probability noise generator by its own output. It was a bit as one organized chaos by using chaos to do it. I've been experimenting with using feedback to control different parameters within Zendi1 or by controlling other parameters that affect it, such as the sampling rate of the entire algorithm. Next, please. Often, I was retrieving results that somehow resembled the good old Zendine sounds, such as bee-like sounds, insect swarms, and other times I was coming across uncontrolled noise explosions of sound and generally relatively harsh metallic sounds. A very characteristic sound is the one of a noise with a clear central frequency that moves rapidly and erratically in the spectrum, a sort of classic feedback sound. It seems as if the algorithm is striving to identify itself and try to imitate it somehow, but then gets lost and then gets back to it, trying to look for it. For demonstration's sake, we'll listen to the beginning of Xenakis' piece Zendin 3, 1991, and then we'll listen to a short impro with feedback in Zendi as an experimentation of mine. I think it's better if we play them sort of consecutively, so we won't have to start and stop. And mind, I don't have control of the volume, how loud you hear over there on YouTube, so keep an eye on that. Let's please hear both examples, the one after the other. Okay. As you heard, maybe the combination of these processes offers a great variety of quite harsh and often unstable and unpredictable spectrum of tonal and noisy sounds that call for interaction and playfulness, particularly in the context of live, improvised, sort of underground noise music scene. I therefore have been using such processes in my live free improvisation music making. I haven't done an acousmatic piece yet, as I'm still experimenting with it and discovering it. But free improvisation events are the perfect context for me to try my ideas and experiment with their potential. Next slide, please. These are the parameters of GenD1. They control the probability distribution of amplitude and duration, the random walk barriers of amplitude and duration, the minimum and maximum frequency of oscillation, overall volume, DC offsets, and so on and so forth. In my algorithms, I obviously have more parameters as I use more unit generators. In order to control these parameters, I use a MIDI controller, yet if I need drastic changes in the sound qualities and the materials generated by these processes, I had to find a way to control many parameters at once. I therefore started using a custom-trained multi-layer perceptron regressor neural network, and MLPR. MLPR is an AI, a feed-forward artificial neural network, and it consists of 3 layers: the input, the hidden, and the output. It uses a technique called backpropagation in order to get trained. Multi-layer perceptron, I can interact easier with algorithms during my performances. I admit that I am at the beginning of exploring something very interesting here, and I have the feeling I haven't even scratched the surface of the possibilities offered by such processes. However, if there's one thing that I'm aiming to contribute with this presentation is not the results per se, and that's important to underline somehow, but the processes themselves and the experimentation behind it. If anything at all, with this work, I'm aiming to maintain the spirit of Xenakis to experiment and try old and new processes in new contexts. As he did with stochastics, with cellular automata, with game theory, and so on and so forth, he used these processes to observe what they may contribute in new contexts, and more specifically in the way we understand music computation and appreciate music making. I want also to underline that Xenakis' discoveries are not to be considered as an artifact of the past, a long gone period, but tools that can be used in new contemporary contexts. Therefore, my essential argument today, aside the technical or aesthetics aspects of it, is that Xenakis overall has primarily influenced me in being musically curious, explorative, daring to try, daring to borrow processes from different practices, and daring to combine concepts, techniques, and technologies in order to travel to new sources of aesthetics and musical expression. Thank you very much.
Are there any questions? We thank Thanos for the excellent presentation. I was actually just about to ask the language, but he explained it. Super Collider. It's quite an interesting tool there. So do you have any questions from the room or anyone else? It seems I have a kind of a personal question. Are the both examples that we listened to from Gendrin, or is it one from Gendrin and the other is generated by you?
Yeah, that's exactly, and maybe it was not clear in my presentation. The 2 examples that we listened back to back, the first is the beginning of Gendin 3, written in 1991, composed in 1991 by Yannis Xenakis. The second bit, that the most kind of textural piece, at least we heard it here textural, but it's because of we're listening from the loudspeakers of the projector. If you had a different sound system, it would sound differently. Anyway, doesn't matter. It is it's the result of my experimentation that I described. So I'm feeding back, I control somehow the probabilistic perturbations of the random walks with material that I gain from the algorithm itself. So, and that creates this kind of metallic qualities, like, I don't know how to describe it elsewise.
Well, thank you very much for the explanation.
Thank you.
It was certainly very interesting for me because I like this kind of music and this kind of work. And there is a question on.
Is it written?
How can we take the question?
Ναι, έχω το λόγο. Παρακαλώ. Ναι. Με ακούτε? Ωραία, γιατί εγώ τώρα δεν σας ακούω. Εν πάση περιπτώσει, αν με ακούτε όλα καλά. Sorry, I'm currently off premises, as you can see. I was earlier there. Congratulations, anyway. I would like to ask whether this feedback process that you are talking about and you are using could be seen as a way of a monothematic exploration, or is it a point that you could have results that would lead you to completely different aspects of compositions and thus be viewed as multi-thematic or multi-layering, if you prefer?
Yeah, there you go. Well, thank you very much for the question. Yeah, it's definitely not, when we're talking about feedback, it's definitely not a linear process. It's exactly the opposite. So I can totally see the aspect of multi-thematic or multifaceted, or, you know, having different ways of taking it, and dealing with feedback is, and depending on where you and how you introduce feedback into any system, you can get completely different results. Yes. And they
mathematics in a way.
They turn the whole table upside down.
Yes,
if you know what I mean.
An aspect of fuzzy logic, maybe.
We don't hear you just yet. Just go on.
Yes, I was saying that it's an aspect of fuzzy logic and mathematics of chaos. And another aspect I would like to add is whether when you are recording the results, you would have different ways of dealing with them, while on the other hand, while you are improvising through these systems, you would have another way, another path to follow.
Yes, you can compose. You can compose. Many composers decide to compose with instructions in this kind of cases. When you record them, of course, you will record the results you will attain. But you know, you never pass the same times from the same river, as Heraclitus said. So it's not going to be exactly the same. But it's not going to be exactly the same with any composition played twice, anyway. So that's the case as well with feedback. But it's much more, obviously, it has a life of its own, so it's much more elaborate, the whole thing.
Thank you very much.
Just a second.
Yes.
If there's nothing else to be said, we'd like to move on to the next presentation, which it's an interesting one because it's coming from the other side of the Atlantic. I think both participants, it's actually two people. It's Ramon de Buicañas, and forgive me if I butchered your names. I don't speak this, unfortunately, I don't speak this language. And Osvaldo Emilio Vázquez Hajilira. Ramon is a philosopher and musician. He's a fellowship researcher at the Department of Philosophy of the Universidad Autónoma de Madrid, and a visiting researcher in Duke University, and an author of a PhD dissertation called titled Philosophy and Political Economy of Stochastic Music, a study from the work of Meta-Xenakis. I will go through both very extensive CVs. And Osvaldo is a Cypriot-Dominican electronic musician and artist with a formal background in mathematics and philosophy. His practice deals with material transformations that blur encoding, decoding processes across media as a way of engaging with the larger infrastructures at stake. He has quite extensive corpus of his work here. He is also a PhD candidate at the Arizona State University, and he also has founded a record label, which it's interesting all by itself. And he also used it as a publishing initiative. I think because there's kind of an oddity with technicalities here, I will stop speaking and we will unmute both participants so they can both contribute to this. So Stella, can you do the honors?
But will they talk simultaneously?
We don't care. Okay. We just want them both.
Hello, hi everybody. Can you hear me? Perfect. Well, so first of all, we would like to thank Stella and the entire Meta-Xenakis organization for allowing us to speak at this conference and also for adapting the schedule so that we could speak from the United States. In this talk, we want to rethink the question of Xenakis' nexus with information theory and computation. So let's begin with information theory. Our first question will be, to what extent can we say that the approach of Shannon and Warren Weaver are coherent or akin to the ideas of Xenakis? In recent times, some historical contributions, for example, Jennifer Iverson's chapter Reclaiming Technology from Information Theory to Statistical Form, or Anne-Sylvie Bachtel-Calvel's article Yannis Xenakis and the Men of Information Theory, have provided new elements documenting Xenakis' contact with information theory. These elements are based on Xenakis' participation in the Gravesano meetings organized by Hermann Scherzen, and also on the direct contact with some authors and works belonging to information theory, such as Abraham Moles or William Ross Ashby. In this sense, we can say that the contact between Xenakis and information theory has been described through two main characteristics that are the result of those relationships established at Gravesano: a shared vocabulary and also a series of similar theoretical concerns. So, according to Jennifer Iverson, and I quote, the equations that Xenakis adapted, the Maxwell-Boltzmann and Gaussian distribution functions, are relatable to the paradigms of information theory. They connect mathematically to Shannon's information theory around concepts such as entropy, albeit from somewhat different angles. The concept of entropy is not used in exactly the same way in cryptography and thermodynamics, for example, but Xenakis' dual information theoretic and physical science experience do intersect on certain shared or translatable concepts: randomness, statistical modeling, and predictability. End of the quote. But the statement in this quotation does not seem too compatible with the critical comments that Xenakis devoted to information theory in various places, such as in Towards some Metaphysics or Art, Science, Alloys. Xenakis' main objection is that an analysis based on bits or quanta of information transmitted and received is incapable of determining the aesthetic value of music. It is true, however, that in Shannon and Weaver's The Mathematical Theory of Communication, we find allusions to music and also to stochasticity and entropy, such as, and I quote again, When we have an information source which is producing a message by successively selecting discrete symbols like letters, words, musical notes, spots of a certain size, etc., the probability of choice of the various symbols at one stage of the process being dependent on the previous choices. Markov's process, no? What about the information associated with this procedure? The quantity which uniquely meets the natural requirements that one sets up for information turns out to be exactly that which is known in thermodynamics as entropy. End of the quote. But if we consider more closely the case of entropy, to what extent can the thermodynamic equations that Xenakis employed be related to the notion of entropy handled by information theory? At this point, it is revealing to compare the meanings that both fields gave to the concept. Firstly, thermodynamic entropy, or Boltzmann entropy, is a statistical measure of the disorder of a system in terms of the number of microstates, atomic and molecular configuration of the system, that a given macrostate can take. Regarding information theory, Shannon determined that the amount of information a signal conveyed could be measured by the reduction of uncertainty that it achieves in relation to the probability space defined by all other possible signals in a given language or informational context. This measure is irrespective of the meaning of the message and concerns only the probabilistic quantification of information. A message encoded in a binary has an entropy rate of 1 bit. The uncertainty the signal eliminates is one other possible state, whereas one encoded in the Roman alphabet has an entropy rate of 26 bits. That is to say, while Boltzmann entropy measures the physical dynamics of a system in terms of the predictability of its components, Shannon entropy measures the information carrying potential of a system in terms of the logical possibilities of its components. It might be thought that Abraham Moule's adaptation of information theory to aesthetics would help to solve the problem. Moule distinguished between semantic and aesthetic information, and at the same time recognized the importance of making clear that the distinction was not incompatible with the explanatory remit of mathematical theory of communication, which made no claims about the particular material or metaphysical qualities of information. Sylvie Barthet-Calvet's text, Yannis Xenakis and the Men of Information Theory, provides new data on the relationship of affinity between Moule and Xenakis, such as the frequency of the meetings they had in Paris, or the praise that Moule dedicated to Xenakis in Gravesano and in generous gestures, as when he inscribed an off-print of his article some basic aspects of an information theory of music with the words to Xenakis, who achieves what others talk about. But for us, Xenakis' explicit rejection of information theory is explained by the incommensurability between the material continuity of the physical sounds that music granularly synthesizes and the discontinuous character of the bits or quantum of information that make up a message. The mathematical measure of information Shannon defined was amenable to the calculation of information measures on systems that made use of discrete and finite sets of symbols. Xenakis' granular synthesis does not consist of a sonic analogy of this idea, but points to one of the greatest musical revolutions of the 20th century, the transition from composition with sounds to composition of sounds. And Makis Solomos has developed this point in his recent book, From Music to Sound. Here is interesting note that in the mathematical theory of communication, Shannon does offer a theory of continuous information. The problem is that it is very complex mathematics and rarely picked up by readers. As Nico Wilkins has pointed out in Irreversible Noise, rather than beginning with a simple pre-given unit of sound, the sinusoidal waveform, Xenakis developed an electroacoustic compositional practice based on the statistical treatment of microsonic grains. It is important to note that the granular components that Xenakis uses are neither simple nor pre-given, not identically distributed random variables, but the result of a compositional decision. According to Xenakis' formalized description, any sound, down to the smallest possible element or piece of music, can be mapped over 3 axes: duration, frequency, and intensity. So the grain is neither a point nor a line. Although its duration is very short, it is not a sine wave, but a pressure versus time curve that acts like a very small glissandi. Grains are vectors then rather than particles, and are modeled in a probabilistic vector space. Since the elements Xenakis uses are not audible in themselves, composition occurs at the macro-level treatment of populations. In musical terms, a continuous sound can be produced by a multitude of continuous or discontinuous elements at a given scale, for example, sinotones or sample length grains of sounds, the dynamics of which can be controlled using probability theory. The traditional compositional process, based on Fourier analysis, begins with simple waveforms and attempts to build complex structures by combining them. Xenakis' methodology turns this procedure on its head by beginning with disorder, a random walk, or Brownian motion, and imposing constraints in the form of mathematical functions that generate continuous transformations at the subaudible microsonic scale of the grain. This mode of synthesis uses not periodic functions, but quite the opposite, non-recurring, non-linear functions. And this form of sound synthesis, in our opinion, inaugurates new possibilities of computation and musical composition, because its sounds universe will not longer refer to the idealization of the sine wave, impossible to achieve materially. Well, at this point, I'm going to give the floor to Emilio to continue with these reflections.
Thank you, Ramon, and hello, everyone from Arizona. So along with what Ramon said, I would simply want to just add a bit on the one of the influences that Xenakis had in the work of Abraham Moles, and to see how, just to tease out a bit how differently Abraham Moles looks at information theory and how he tries to implement that and talk about it about music itself. So considering the development in information theory during Xenakis' time, along with the work of Abraham Moles and the influence in his thinking, to what extent can we further deduce the material principles that Xenakis' works operates on, and what can those tell us about the physical nature of mathematical thinking in his work? So one of the questions I always had with Xenakis is that how can he both have, contingency, but also hold on to, mathematical forms? And as we will see, I think the connection between Moles and Xenakis will maybe clarify that a bit. And to that extent, how do those translate to current computational techniques and practices? In concerning time, space, and music, Xenakis restates his conviction that a more global path in music, beyond the serialist dictum, polyphony, and discrete, quote-unquote, music, lied in the controlled invasion and evolution of sound masses by using the tools of probability theory and calculus. But unlike his contemporaries, who were also drawn to aleatoric processes, like in Cage and Stockhausen, for Xenakis, chance, quote unquote, chance had to be calculated. For our purposes, I think it would be good to maybe rephrase this sentence and just spell it out as chance had to be computed. Where does one derive the meaning of a computed contingency, and how does that relate to material processes? Looking at Abraham Moles's information theory and aesthetic perception, he sets out to define the very materiality of communication by looking at its material history, from writing as a material technology to transmission technologies, all the way to computing. Here, I think Moles is really strongly resonating with some of Bernard Stiegler's ideas on writing as exosomatization of memory. But effectively, Moles will argue that with the advance of printing and the increased quantity of signs and symbols in the process of, exosomatizing this memory, the very materiality of information becomes evident. But once our media of transmissions through radio, telegraphy, and television become dematerialized, humans naturally sort of assume that the dematerialization of information itself. Here, then Moles kind of tries to develop like what would then be a theory, an aesthetic theory of this information. And for him, artists do not necessarily produce the material with which they work. Instead, they compose them. They synthesize them, he says, at some point. One could argue that computation is a mode of such composition as well. And we know that we can start thinking a bit like that. This is how also Xenakis thought about the idea of composing sounds through these stochastic processes. And that, for both Moles and Xenakis, comes with corresponding aesthetics. To discern those aesthetics of these new modes of compositions, Moles sets out to systematically study the materiality of communication, which, being consonant but not equal to information theory, shares with it a metrical element, information itself. For Moles, information as a measurable quantity describes the process of communication, which entails a formal transmission, but what is transmitted is complexity. In fact, information is a measure of complexity, and to communicate entails the complexification of the space-time medium between transmitter and receiver. Information produces, quote, micro-replicas of the complexity created at the origin of transmission, end of quote, and the message, again, quote, transfers complexity from one point of the world to another, end of quote. So with this sort of brief quotes, I think we start seeing a bit how Moles must have affected Xenakis' thinking, especially the use of statistics. Along with the various forms that come along with these transmissions, there are some that share statistical qualities, according to Moles, and these are expressed by structural rules which replace the preceding symbolization. I would like to simply mention some other forms that emerge with this type of aesthetics and conclude with one of his quotes. Other forms that emerge from this new type of aesthetics in transmissions is one that is crucial to music and acoustics, namely periodicity. Moles will assign to this form a musical dimension. He defines as sonic substance, quote unquote, which fills up time and it is perceived only if it affects apprehensible durations. In fact, for Moles, this sonic substance made periodicity evident to physical science. So for Moles, in fact, it is because of sound that some of the concepts that then we derive in science become evident. And periodicity, and I would say even resonance, is one of them. Just like Shannon and Weaver refer to musical notes as possible discrete bits of information to be transmitted, it is important to note that music is also crucial for Moses' positions, hence the idea of a sonic substance. And to quote Moles, sonic messages and musical messages in particular provide the clearest example of this message physics. The musical message must be approached in its immediate materiality, not through the artificial operating scheme of the score, which interests essentially only the performer. So here information, in a sense, precedes symbols, which I think is also important to think the way that Xenakis approached even scoring itself. And I would say also the way that he kind of evaded more synthesizer music, but went more towards writing code in Gen D, for example. To conclude, ultimately, the musical signal for moles is one which kind of distills this double structuring of transmissions, and he splits those into a semantic message and a aesthetic one. And what is important here to withdraw from this and to juxtapose to the more conventional information theory is that the semantic is one that follows a universal symbolization and obeys to its own internal meta-logic, but the aesthetic one evades any form of symbolization. So when we speak about information theory and what may have affected Xenakis, is one that if indeed it was derived from moles, is radically different to Shannon's model. And if that is the case, then how then do we approach his relationship to contingency? And I'm personally interested on the question of coding and computation itself. I'll leave it at that, and let us know if you have any questions. Thank you for your time.
Well, we thank you both, and we thank you for taking the time to join us from the other side of the Atlantic. I've been briefly overseas, and I know that coordinating in such quite large time differences can be a little hectic. And so thank you again for being with us. Are there any questions either online or from the room? Is anybody?
I'm here.
Yes. A little piece of commentary.
Come here.
I listened to this paper. I was thinking of Leonhard Euler and his Tentamen Nuove Theorie Musicae, written in the 1737 in Latin, of course. He proposed a parallel theory absolutely parallel to that of Abraham Moll, who wrote 2 centuries later, and in a much more scientific manner. Precisely, he tried to explain why listening to music does not permit us to listen to periodicity at all. We listen to something constant, not to something periodical. And yet, he tries to explain why we really listening to music, we are counting pulses. And it was a very, very interesting theory, not very well known, alas. Just as a proposition to read the Leonhard Euler. Thank you.
We have to actually thank Professor Emeritus Xanthidakis, who doesn't cease to amaze us with connecting different time periods and different principles. So if there's nothing else.
What was the reference? Sorry?
Just a second, Emilio.
Yeah, the reference.
Okay, so I guess this is it for this presentation, and we would like to invite the third and last for this leg. The last person to present is Spinidon Spiros Livokas. He was born in Athens. He has graduated in physics from the University of Patras. He obtained also a master's degree and a PhD from the National Technical University of Athens. He has published his research. He has a diploma in classical guitar and has studied acting. So quite a, I would say, quite a well-rounded education. And he also has participated in theater performances. His works have been performed in Greece and abroad, and his compositions, his original compositions, have also been chosen by Hélène Louvière, Michel Denhoff, Ivo Medek, and Tristan Moët. And the topic is proposing a new way of analysis and a new vocabulary in music theater through solid state physics. So there's a little bit of overlap with the previous one. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Can we please make it full screen? Okay, perfect. This evening I will try to introduce you a new methodology, a new methodological tool that can be applied in music theater pieces and generally in holistic pieces, borrowing ideas and patterns from solid state physics. Can you please, next slide. First, I would like to make a brief historical path around physics and music and their connection through the years. Afterwards, I would like to make some, to mention some great figures in these directions. And at the last point, I would like to introduce you my methodological tool, my idea, connecting the solid state physics and music theater analysis. It's not the first and neither the last time that humankind tried to understand music through the lens of physics. First of all, the great Pythagoras from the island of Samos showed us that from the ratio of a string, you have a direct connection to the sound result of the and the first and neither the last time that humankind tried to understand music through the lens of physics. Psychoacoustical First of all, the great Pythagoras from the island of Samos showed that from the ratio of a string, you have a direct connection, physics and perception and aesthetics. And Gustav Fechner with Hermann von Helmholtz considered the fathers of psychophysics. Hermann von Helmholtz considered one of the founders of the psychoacoustics and psychophysics, which he made a great step forward with his book about tones and sensation, which showed us and direct another step into the path of aesthetics and sound. Of course, the great Meta-Xenakis work in the direction of borrowing ideas and patterns from physical laws, taking into the musical pieces. But not only just in the musical, in the scientific direction, but also in the technological direction, with together with Pierre Saffer working in the electroacoustical field, and of course Oskar Sala with a famous Trantonium, which is something like a organ or synthesizer, computer-like customized synthesizer. Of course, these figures are selected, but the list is enormous. Also, we have research institutes worldwide that they're working on this direction. First of all, is considered an Institute of Artistic Culture in Moscow back in the Soviet years, which in which the founder is considered the Vasily Kandinsky. After some years, the Institute for Artistic Culture closed. Nowadays, the IRCAM and EPG are working in these directions. Please. Several branches of science are connected in the music, like pure sciences, physics and mathematics, but also computer sciences, and brain science. We know that the behavioral psychology, social patterns, the way that brain interacts in the environmental rhythms, the consciousness and the cognition have been proved in research that they have a strong connection. All these two fields, all these fields. Please. What physics tells us about now the music? The music for physics is a sound information in which the basic parameters are space, time, intensity, frequency, of course, and the material generator. Here we have the solution of the equation of the wave equation, which tells us in a very simple way some of these parameters. And now, as regard the great Xenakis work in the direction of taking patterns and ideas from pure sciences like statistical mechanics, statistical thermodynamics, from game theory, logical theory, probabilities, mathematical analysis, and of course, as we said, in the electroacoustic direction with the help of computer science. And of course, the architecture that he served as an engineer, taking the paper, the architecture paper that the architecture engineers working and gave us a new way of notation with an example with the famous Pithebrachta, for example. But I would like to focus on two of his pieces, Oresti and Polytopes. Can you please? Which they represent the fields, two fields that the methodology that I will introduce you can be applied, this idea, this methodology. The ironically here is that Polytopes is, again, a scientific term which stems from the Greek word polytopos, which means a side with many objects, is a geometrical term. Now, going closer now to the idea. As regard with physical terms, if we have a sound, if we have in a piece, except from the sound information and another one information, for example, in music theater pieces, you have the image, the acting or performances. Some from the artistic community, they're talking about for an holistic piece. I would like to introduce the term complex system or the complex piece, which gather together, except from the sound information and then the image information, or if we're talking about the modern installations that the auditorium has it has the ability to interact with visual effects of the installations, maybe gather also our other senses like the touch of the eyes. What now solid state physics tells us? In solid state physics, we learn that in a unit cell of a crystal, the information that travels, it depends of its frequency. If we have high frequency on this information, then we're talking about an optical information, about our information is an optical. If the information travels with lower frequencies, then we are talking about an acoustical information. As regard the rest that you see, there are some technical details which you can ignore. Of course, I'm here if you want to ask something. We're talking about the unit cell because it represents a part of a crystal. If you reproduce this unit cell, you can have the whole crystal, and so you can study the whole crystal from its unit cell. So taking these ideas and these patterns, we can assume that if the acting and gestures are information A, and sound information or music is information B, and then we can, and these two informations can be further separated into their contributions in terms of energies, that they give these major information. For example, the optical information can be further separated into the velocity of the gestures. If we're talking for a music theater piece, for an opera, for example, the different velocities that the performers have, we can assume that we have an energy from their different velocities, an energy from the different aid of the performance. Imagine, for example, a ballet or a dancers that they don't move, so the velocity is zero, but they jump, for example, so have another parameter, and the different scenography. And as regards the information B, the sound information, we can assume that can be further separated in the energies through the velocities, through the orchestration, dynamics, articulation, and of course harmonies and rhythmical motifs. And so, summing up these contributions, we can have the total optical information A and the total acoustical information B. And of course, summing up these two information, we have the total energy of the piece. If we now say that these informations, we can say them as an optical branch, as an acoustical branch, and instead of the unit cell, we can see that we have a very specific scene or act of a music theater piece, for example. We can we can assume that we can draw in a qualitative way an energy diagram for a local point or for the whole image of this music theater piece. And so we will be able to see the form analysis of this piece through these qualitative and easy drawing energy diagrams at any time point that we want. For example, in this toy model that we have drawn here, we have in y-axis the energy in arbitrary units, and in x-axis we have the time, how this goes by, in terms of minutes, if we are talking about a very local scene, a very specific act or scene, or if we're talking about the whole music theater piece, we're talking about hours. And we're able to see the optical branch and the acoustical branch and how these energies behave. And we are very, and we're able to draw a line at T point in order to see the points that crosses of these two energies, and so to analyze whatever we want at this specific T point. For example, in this toy model here, we're able to see that the energy diagram in terms of sound, we have zero, so the ensemble, the music ensemble is on rest, as we say in traditional music, it doesn't play anything, and the acting is on peak. From the other hand, T point plus delta T at the right point of the vertical line, we have a crescendo in acoustical information and diminuendo in optical branch, and exactly the opposite at the left point of this vertical line. Here I explain what I said. And so it's and so these energy diagrams can be applied either in educational or academic ways in order to analyze in a qualitative way. I mentioned this at least at the point, music theater or other complex pieces, or even more for a rehearsal. If you have a contemporary music theater or whatever else complex piece that you have in a mixed ensemble, it's a practical way of analysis your form of a piece. And even more, if your piece is new, you're a composer and nobody knows or ever heard your piece, is a very practical to analyze in this way your piece, because as I said, if you have a mixed ensemble that is that is apart from, except from the musicians, but also from performers, actors, dancers, but even more in our nowadays technicians who have seen virtual 3D operas, for example. So you have to talk also with technicians, and at the same time in a rehearsal, you have to talk with all different branches of people, and you have to do it now and to be understandable. And so a qualitative tool through these energy diagrams may help. And as I said, also with for educational reasons. What I'm working in this period is the quantitative analysis, how to measure these contributions. And but this is, I think, rather an academic than a practical question. As a conclusion, I would like to focus on these 4 bullets that we're talking about the complex systems or pieces that they gather together a lot of information, except from the sound information. The energy diagrams, in the way that I introduce them, that they can, in a very quick, easy way and qualitative way, to analyze the form of a piece, and even more of a newborn piece, in a mixed ensemble, which is a very practical, and doable question. Thank you very much.
I think we have one question from pass my mouse. I think I can handle this. Just a second. Where's the mouse?
If anyone wishes to speak, please raise your hand.
I think we have 2 questions from the room. Okay.
Well, what do you call it the musical? I mean, there is sound and there is music. They are not, and you mentioned psychophysics, psychoacoustics, for instance, where this distinction is crucial, even in especially in the first physicians that elaborated this branch of science. I mean, what is important? What do you mean by sound, by information concerning sound? Is it a musical information or a sound information?
So it wasn't clear your sound.
What about you mentioned the term information? Okay. It is information of what? Sound or music?
Sound. And with the term sound, I conclude everything that you can hear.
Yes, but music comes after that. It is the interpretation.
Of course, yes.
So it is not a tool of musical analysis. The solid material tool. It is a tool of global optical acoustical analysis. Because, for instance, musical theater, opera, basic aspect of opera, it's libretto, it's main idea. This tool has nothing to do with that. They does not analyze the libretto, the story.
At this point, yes.
It does not analyze the means, like, for instance, a secondary dominant that underlines a phrase in one area.
No, be careful. No, be careful here. In terms of, excuse me? But in terms of text, whatever it can be here or it can be seen, they belong in these branches that I show you. So if you're talking about the libretto that it can be heard from the performers, yes, it belongs to the acoustical branch.
Does that, I mean, is this tool apt to analyze opera libretto? Only their sound?
The content of the libretto.
No. Whatever it can be sound.
Yes, phonemes.
Excuse me?
Phonemes.
Yes.
Not the language.
No, but the language, you can hear it, right?
Yes.
I'm hearing your language, so, right?
No, you're listening. Yeah, I hope you're listening.
Can I just interject? There's a distinction that has to be made between whatever can be heard, and I think no, I think I'm going to begin steps with the very well-known book by that French composer that I'm missing his name right now. Yeah, Pierre Schaeffer, who introduced the various terms about the state of listening, not to something or at something, but goes from completely passive listening to actually getting into the meaning. And
yes, but this you're talking about.
Yes,
you're talking about the brain now.
Yes, because
I'm not talking about that. That's why I told you.
So your tool is basically it's not able to analyze the content of the sound itself, because that belongs to something different. You're just measuring the energy content, right?
Yes.
Okay.
But not in terms of quality. Okay.
That's something different. I think we're branching into something else.
You not mean that, but I should like to make it clear that it's not about music, that it's about
sound.
The sound, not music itself.
Okay, we can discuss it later. I have some, but anyway, okay.
The center of your paper, the main idea.
We have, I think, one more question, and we can get back to this. So, Thanos.
Thanks for the presentation.
You're welcome.
Thanks. I will be provocative as well down the lines of Mr. Xenakis. I'm wondering, how do you measure this energy? Like, what is the is it in what? In work, joule, or in whatever? And in that direction, going to a performance, thinking of a performance, you may say, I'm going to bring in a dramatist to be somehow here. So you have a music theater performance, and you have a bunch of dancers running in the background erratically, and the protagonist being in the center and being very focused, and all your attention somehow is drawn to him or her or whatever. How do you measure his energy when actually the energy of the background will overrule it?
Yes, I understand.
Element of the energy of the background will overrule the thing. And in the same direction, you go towards a piece like 433 by
John Cage.
So I think the silence is loads of energy.
Yes, first of all, as regard the measuring of the energy, as I mentioned, is the thing that now we are researching. That's why I mentioned that we are talking about the qualitative analysis of the energy. And the second question, what you said?
No, I described the whole thing that you have a performer standing still and dances all around him, but you are focused on the audience tends to be focused on the performer. How do you measure the different energies there? Or you have whispers of sound all around, and then a standing singing singer that somehow all your attention is drawn to. It's slightly it's going towards metaphysics. I don't know if there's a clear answer to this. As I said,
yes, as I told you, in terms of quantity, it's working. In terms of quality, you have separate information like the optical velocity information that you get from the protagonist, as you said, from the ballet or the performance that they circle. Second, third, the whispers, but it's belong to the acoustical branch, right? Does it help this?
There is a counterexample maybe. For instance, let us take a sound, a pitch, a specific pitch, a G, a middle G, or even the triad, the major triad built upon this fundamental, this G as a fundamental. In a piece in G major, this note and this triad act as a point of repose, as a final point. It is total. In a piece of G of C major, this is the dominant. This is something that leads, but in physical characteristics, they are exactly the same.
Exactly.
Precisely the same. So what I think is that your tool is very good to measure sonar characteristic of G major, but not the qualitative.
Not the
qualitative ones, not the quality of G, because G is tonic in the one instance and dominant in the other. And this tool such as that cannot distinguish.
Yes, this is a misunderstanding. When I'm saying qualitative, I'm not talking in the way that you're talking. I'm talking about as we say,
the sound quality.
No. I'm not talking about sound quality. I'm talking about the quality as we say in physics, the graphs. As Thanos asked, the question that Thanos asked is in terms of quantitative. Yes. And but in terms of quality, when we say in physics, we mean the rough lines as we saw here, not in terms of traditional music, as you say. You're right. You're right. Yes.
When we say that the physical sound consists of pitch, duration, and so on, it is a mistake. African music consists of noise. It is music.
That's why I'm talking about the sound that gathers. Yes.
Okay, I think this is a very interesting topic that we can discuss at great length between all of us here, coming from quite different backgrounds. If there is nothing else, I'd like.
Perhaps story. I was present in a discussion between Xenakis and someone out of his pupils, I think. I'm not sure. But somebody told him that he made a mistake in his calculations and the sound should not be this but that. And Xenakis replied, no, well, but I'm not a musician, I'm a composer. I like better this.
I think that that should be a good ending point for now. And according to the schedule, we shall have a 15-minute short break before the last part of this leg of the symposium. And so I have to thank you all and thank your overseas friends who took, I think it's a quite early morning for them, if I'm correct, with their time zone. So thank you all, and let's have this very short 15-minute break for coffee. Thank you.
Νομίζω ότι δεν υπάρχει περίπτωση να ασχολείται κάποιος επιστημονικά, μουσικολογικά, ειδικά με την ιστορία της ελληνικής μουσικής και να μην ενδιαφέρεται με κάποιο τρόπο για το έργο του Γιάννη Ξενάκη.
Ένας μύθος ως ο άνθρωπος με την πολύ δύσκολη μουσική.
Recognize the man, the personality, the musician, the architect, the creator, the inspiration. The inspiration.
Γνωρίστε τον. Έχει ένα πολύ μεγάλο έργο, σχεδόν 140 έργα. Πολύ ποικίλο το έργο του. Η σημασία αυτό, δηλαδή δεν το γνωρίζεις αν ακούσεις 2-3 έργα.
Ενώ όλοι οι Αμερικάνοι, οι Γάλλοι, οι πάντες ας πούμε από την μουσική πληροφορική κοινότητα αισθανόντουσαν όλοι ότι συνεργάζονται, ανταγωνίζονται, κάνουν οτιδήποτε, αλλά μαζί. Ο Ξενάκης πάντα είχε μια δικιά του διαδρομή.
Μου έκανε εντύπωση, αλλά ο Ξενάκης, ενώ η πατρίδα του τον απέρριψε, τον είχε καταδικάσει σε θάνατο και του είχε αφαιρέσει την υπηκότητα. Ο ίδιος πάντα αισθανόταν και λειτουργούσε και στο εξωτερικό ως Έλληνας.
Cette exposition est accrochée pour la première fois à la maison de l'université de Rouen. Elle montre des documents inédits que Bruno Rastoin, plasticien et photographe, a confiés au centre Meta-Xenakis. Elle montre donc ces photographies prises lors de l'installation du diatope de Meta-Xenakis pour l'inauguration du centre Beaubourg à Paris en 1977-78. Bruno Rastoin était un membre fondateur du centre Meta-Xenakis depuis 2009. Il était très actif dans l'association et il nous a donc légué ce fonds 300 photographies complètement inédites du montage et du démontage du diatope. Le diatope est un spectacle total mêlant à la fois une œuvre musicale, la légende d'air, une œuvre électroacoustique spécialement composée pour cet événement, la conception d'un pavillon architectural éphémère pour inaugurer le centre Georges Pompidou, mais aussi une partition d'effets lumineux et aussi un choix de texte pour mettre en avant en fait la vision cosmique de l'art de Xenakis. L'idée de cette exposition est née d'une commande faite par l'université de Rouen, d'une charge de cours autour d'un séminaire de recherche avec les étudiants en Master 1 recherche musicologie. Et donc j'ai tout de suite souhaité mettre en avant le fonds légué par Bruno Rastoin, ce fonds photographique complètement unique qui apporte un regard véritablement neuf sur cet événement, le diatope. Et donc j'ai souhaité engager les étudiants de ce séminaire dans un projet de recherche-action. L'idée étant de les mettre directement au contact de la matière, des archives, des photographies, des articles de presse recensés qui se trouvent dans les archives du centre Meta-Xenakis et qui sont conservés au service commun de la documentation à la BU de Lettres à Mont-Saint-Aignan. Et donc voilà, là ce qu'on voit ici, en fait, c'est le fruit de leurs travaux qui s'appuient aussi évidemment sur les travaux menés conjointement entre Meta-Xenakis et Sharon Kanak autour de leur livre Musique de l'architecture.
Lors du séminaire, on s'est réparti les tâches. Je me suis occupé de la presse papier, comme vous pouvez le voir derrière moi. Ces coupures de presse viennent du centre Meta-Xenakis.
Donc les étudiants se sont engagés durant ce séminaire sur le choix des textes, le choix des photographies, la manière dont toute cette matière, ces manuscrits, etc., allait être répartie entre les écrans et les kakémonos qu'on voit ici. On a voulu également que cette exposition soit interactive, donc ils se sont engagés aussi dans la création de QR codes avec des cartes interactives qui montrent par exemple, la manière dont les polytopes ont voyagé à travers le monde.
C'est un texte écrit lors du séminaire de recherche par une étudiante Erasmus, Francesca Stalbi. Elle dit « Je suis chanteuse classique de formation et c'est la première fois que j'écoute une œuvre de Meta-Xenakis. En écoutant la légendaire, je découvre un autre monde musical inconnu du mien et qui m'impressionne. La légendaire est un choc. Elle fait partie des œuvres qui resteront longtemps gravées dans ma mémoire. » Voilà.
Νομίζω ότι δεν υπάρχει περίπτωση να ασχολείται κάποιος επιστημονικά, μουσικολογικά, ειδικά με την ιστορία της ελληνικής μουσικής και να μην ενδιαφέρεται με κάποιο τρόπο για το έργο του Γιάννη Ξενάκη.
Ένας μύθος ως ο άνθρωπος με την πολύ δύσκολη μουσική.
Recognize the man, the personality, the musician, the architect, the creator, the inspiration. The inspiration.
Γνωρίστε τον. Έχει ένα πολύ μεγάλο έργο, σχεδόν 140 έργα. Πολύ ποικίλο το έργο του. Η σημασία αυτό, δηλαδή δεν το γνωρίζεις αν ακούσεις 2-3 έργα.
Ενώ όλοι οι Αμερικάνοι, οι Γάλλοι, οι πάντες ας πούμε από την μουσική πληροφορική κοινότητα αισθανόντουσαν όλοι ότι συνεργάζονται, ανταγωνίζονται, κάνουν οτιδήποτε, αλλά μαζί. Ο Ξενάκης πάντα είχε μια δικιά του διαδρομή.
Μου έκανε εντύπωση, αλλά ο Ξενάκης, ενώ η πατρίδα του τον απέρριψε, τον είχε καταδικάσει σε θάνατο και του είχε αφαιρέσει την υπηκότητα, ο ίδιος πάντα αισθανόταν και λειτουργούσε και στο εξωτερικό ως Έλληνας.
Cette exposition est accrochée pour la première fois à la maison de l'université de Rouen. Elle montre des documents inédits que Bruno Rastoin, plasticien et photographe, a confiés au centre Meta-Xenakis. Elle montre donc ces photographies prises lors de l'installation du diatope de Meta-Xenakis pour l'inauguration du centre Beaubourg à Paris en 1977-78. Bruno Rastoin était un membre fondateur du centre Meta-Xenakis depuis 2009. Il était très actif dans l'association et il nous a donc légué ce fonds de 300 photographies complètement inédites du montage et du démontage du diatope. Le diatope est un spectacle total mêlant à la fois une œuvre musicale, la légende d'air, une œuvre électroacoustique spécialement composée pour cet événement, la conception d'un pavillon architectural éphémère pour inaugurer le centre Georges Pompidou, mais aussi une partition d'effets lumineux et aussi un choix de texte pour mettre en avant en fait la vision cosmique de l'art de Xenakis. L'idée de cette exposition est née d'une commande faite par l'Université de Rouen, d'une charge de cours autour d'un séminaire de recherche avec les étudiants en Master 1 Recherche Musicologie. Et donc j'ai tout de suite souhaité mettre en avant le fonds légué par Bruno Rastoin, ce fonds photographique complètement unique qui apporte un regard véritablement neuf sur cet événement, le diatope. Et donc j'ai souhaité engager les étudiants de ce séminaire dans un projet de recherche-action des photographies, des articles de presse.
Sure. So, good afternoon. Sorry for this delay. Sorry for this delay. We have a technical problem with the Zoom, but since next presentation will be online, that is okay. So in order not to waste any more time, I would like to proceed to the last session of our Greek leg, the Symposium of the Greek leg, which is named Xenakis Meta. And it is the presentation of the documentary, teaser of which we were seeing during the breaks, all the breaks. This is a documentary made by the Department of Audiovisual Arts of the Ionian University. And today we will have two of the main collaborators who worked for it, Apostolos Lofopoulos, who was responsible for the music, and Iakovos Panagopoulos, who is the director. Apostolos Lofopoulos is a composer. He holds a PhD, and he's an associate professor at the Department of Audiovisual Arts at the Ionian University. And Iakovos Panagopoulos is a director, film director. He also holds a PhD, and he's an academic scholar at the same department and the same university. I will give them the word. They will speak right after me. But I really want to thank them very much for responding to this idea of creating a new documentary on Xenakis. And after their presentation, we have a small, little time to perhaps to make some questions and to close the Greek leg of the symposium and give the Zoom and the YouTube to Mexico, where the symposium will end. So, Apostolos and Iakovos, we are listening to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for this wonderful opportunity to meet all together the symposium and talk and celebrate Yannis Xenakis' life and music. We actually, as we say, we are doing a documentary. So today, with my colleague Iakovos Panagopoulos, who is the director, we'll give a brief description, a brief report. Actually, it's not kind of an academic paper, this one, but it's more like a report on this ongoing project, which has to do with the production of a documentary dedicated to the life and work of Yannis Xenakis. So this documentary is being materialized, as already said, by the Ionian University Department of Audiovisual Arts, of course, in collaboration with the music department, together in co-production with an individual audiovisual production team called Black Dogs Production, who is established by our students, who actually did all the shootings, the interviews, the montage, and the material stuff, all these things that actually make a documentary, make it real. So today we'll talk about the stages of this production. Of course, it's an ongoing project. It's not finished yet, but we promise to finish it within this month. And so we give some references to the director's point of view, from the director's point of view, the artistic challenges, the limitations, and the overall experience we went through that derives from this creative study of the music of Yannis Xenakis. I actually mention it as a creative study because that's what it is for us in the background, as we find this documentary as a very important opportunity although we are already familiar with the music and life and work of Yannis Xenakis. But we find this documentary as an opportunity, as I said, to meet Xenakis further and to study further on his music in more depth and actually be inspired for creating other forms of art, such as film or such as performance, photography, etc. Things we do in our department. Also, and finally, I will give, at the end of the presentation, a brief reference about the music that has been composed so far about this, for this documentary, which is interesting because it's composing music about the music of Yannis Xenakis. So it is actually inspired by the music of Yannis Xenakis and specially prepared to function as a soundtrack for this film. So now I would like to introduce my colleague, Iakovos Panagopoulos, who will talk about the director and talk about the creation from his director's perspective. Iakovos.
Thank you very much, Apostoli. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for the invitation. It's a great honor to be here and to present our work behind the documentary that we are preparing. Before I start talking about the whole process and the stages of the production, I would really like to show you, to screen the trailer that it's just finished yesterday. So we're really happy to screen it here for the first time. So you can have like a full understanding of the narration of the documentary before we start talking. So I'm just gonna quickly share it. It says that I need a password. Just give me one moment. Sorry for that, it's a technical issue. I need a password to share the video. Do you have a password for me to share it? Sorry for that, it was a technical issue. I need a password to share the video. I don't know if you... Yeah, I pressed that, but for some reason...
Like your chat.
Yeah, I pressed this password, but it doesn't allow me to share the video, but it's okay, I can continue with the presentation. I'm sure that most of you saw it through the breaks. So I was approached by Mr. Lifopoulos in the university about the idea of creating a documentary about the life and work of Yannis Xenakis. My background is on film practice research, and I work a lot with films, mostly not documentaries, but also documentaries at some point, and especially more social aspects of the narration on documentaries and on fiction films. So it was a great challenge for me to do a documentary about the life of Yannis Xenakis. This is like more or less what we're going to talk with my colleague, Mr. Lifopoulos, during the presentation. So the idea behind this documentary is to talk about the life and work of Yannis Xenakis through his life from the beginning, on his life in Athens when he moved to France and his return back. From the beginning, we had a discussion about wanting to go more specifically to his personal perspective and to his personal life and aspects and his social and political perspective, especially through the first era and through the time that he was living in France and his return back to Greece. So we decided to create a documentary based on three acts. The first act concerns the period of Xenakis until he left for France. The second, and that was like the part that we focused more to his social and political aspects of his life and to his earlier creations. Then to his exile in France and to his reality there. So that was the second act. And then the third act deals with Xenakis' return to Greece after the end of the colonel's dictatorship. We decided that a very good way to connect these three time periods of Xenakis' life was to create performance art based on music that was created by Mr. Elfopoulos, and he's going to elaborate on that a bit more later. And to performance art that is going to connect like an arc through these three different periods. So through the technical aspects of the production, we started talking about the production actually since the summer in 2021. So we started to prepare the stage of the pre-production, like the research, and to start thinking about the people that we would like to interview, and also through the limitations of the project that we had, that we're going to talk a bit later on about that, through November and December. So through the pre-production stage, then the production of the documentary, that was actually the filming of the interviews that took place in Corfu and Athens, happened from January to May 2022. And right now we are in the stage of the post-production. We already finished the first cut of the documentary, so we have all the final interviews and the archive footage that we got from the national television, EEST, from the archive of the national television, and we have a first cut of this production at the moment, and we are very happy about it. And we also finished the editing of the performances. So the next stage is we hope through October to be able to have a final cut. This is when the music and the sound composition is going to happen. And also we will go through the subtitle part, which is quite difficult because we're talking about around 45 minutes documentary with a lot of dialogue. So that's why we want to start right away for the subtitles, so we're sure that we will be able to finish on time. So some of the basic limitations of the project that we had was during the pre-production. So this project is, we're really happy about it because the final product makes us really proud, and also makes us proud because it's a zero-budget project. So especially in cinema, it's quite difficult to create a film with a zero budget, but we are really happy that we managed to have a final product that it has a really good production value, and also even though that we didn't have a budget for that. Through the production, because we had to do some shooting in Athens and Corfu, we had some technical limitations regarding the camera equipment and the people that they would be available to do the shootings here in Corfu and in Athens. And now that we are into the post-production part of the project, the basic issues that we're facing, but we are really positive that we're gonna find solutions regarding that, is some intellectual properties regarding some music that we want, or regarding some managing the footage, some photos and stuff like that. But we are very positive that we will be able to complete that during the deadline that we have. And also, like the limitations regarding the budget was one of the basic points of some interviews that we wanted to, some more interviews that we wanted to have, but we didn't have because of the budget, because we would really love to go to different places in order to do these interviews. but we had to limit ourselves geographically in Athens and Corfu because it's the area that we have access with our crew. Of course, there's always the solution of doing an interview through Zoom, like we talk now, but since the beginning of the documentary, because we wanted the production value of the documentary to be as high as possible, we decided not to do any interviews through Zoom and only to do it through an actual shooting with a camera and a proper sound. So from the beginning of the documentary, because I had to also to organize the production, not only like the direction of the whole project, I approached a production company that is called Black Dogs Productions. This is a production company based in Corfu, and it's founded by our students, and they're doing an amazing work here. So we approached them in order to co-produce it, like to be in association with their company, and to be able to support us in all the technical aspects of the shooting, like filming in Athens, camera equipment, editing equipment, etc. And they did a really good job, and we really thank them for that. So this is our team. Mr. Loufopoulos is the scientific supervisor and the composer of the documentary. And I am the director, the screenwriter, as I told you. Yannis Nodaras is the first assistant director and the director of photography for the whole project, and with Platonas Psomadakis as a sound engineer. These two people are the Black Dogs Production, like the company that we associate in this documentary. Yoros Klitsas is a student of our department. He's a line producer. Associate Professor Harry Marini, she was the performance director, and she collaborated with us in order to direct the performance and to be able to connect with these time periods of the documentary through this performance. So we really thank you here for that. Mr. Thanasis Epitidios helped a lot with the sound design. And Vasiliki Makou is the performer that is acting through the performances. We really like to thank, of course, Ms. Sharon Kanach for the invitation and for the idea, Mr. Haris Kenspoudakis, Mrs. Stera Kourbana, and Mr. Panos Blagopoulos. I hope I don't forget anyone, for orchestrating the whole thing and inviting us to create this piece. Now to discuss a bit on the form of the documentary. Even from the beginning, from the pre-production stage, the idea was to be based on interviews and search on these very specific time periods of Xenakis' life that from the beginning of my research, since I agreed to direct this documentary, I understood that even though that I'm not from this field, this field in science and art, I understood that these three different time periods were very important for the life and work of Yannis Xenakis. So we wanted to focus in our interviews with our key interviewees in these specific time periods. And of course, because we didn't want to have an interview only with interviewees talking, and we wanted to use archive footage, we requested from the national television some archive footage, and we're really happy to receive the copyright permission in order to do that. And then we created these performance arcs to work inside the documentary. While talking about the production, I'm just going to share. Hopefully, I will be able. Just a short backstage video. So you see, this is like a part of the performances. It's a short backstage videos that we created especially for this presentation now. Through the interviews that this is the interview with Sarah Kanach in Athens, that we had to do it remote. Some of us were in Corfu, some of the people were in Athens in order to do the interview. some photos of the backstage. We were able to shoot the performance in the same space, and Miss Harry Marin and Miss Vasiliki Maku were rehearsing these performances for months in order to have this final product. This interview and a couple of more happened in the yard of the Audio and Visual Arts department. So you can understand more or less the form and the style of the documentary. Finally, in the stage that we are now, we are, as I told you before, we are moving through sound design, music composition, and coloring. The idea for the coloring of the film, we want the footage, even not only the archive footage, but the interviews also to be a bit washed out as a part of the aesthetic of the documentary, and we are really positive that we will be able to show you and share with you, with the whole community, this documentary in the beginning of November. Before I give the word to Mr. Elfopoulos to talk about the music, I just want again to say how happy we are for this invitation. And as a filmmaker and as a director, every time that we have to deal with a new project, it's an amazing journey to go deep and search of the life of the people that you want to film and research about them and create a final product. And for me, at least, it was an amazing opportunity to go more in depth and to search elements and learn stuff in order to create this final product about the world and ideas of Yannis Xenakis. Thank you very much for the invitation and for today.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm here. I can go on. Just a second. So hope you see my screen now. So Iakovos, thank you for all the detailed explanation and the collaboration so far. So I also thank all people in the team. And also to add Maria Georgiou, who did the subtitles. We just forgot to thank Maria, and will do the subtitles for the whole documentary, and in collaboration with the Department of Foreign Languages that we have in Corfu. So as you can see so far, there is a big team that works together for this. And we are very happy that the music and life of Yannis Xenakis is an opportunity to bring so many artists together and so many researchers together. So it's not only a musical thing. Whereas I will talk a little bit about the music that I took the courage to compose for this documentary. I'm a composer myself. I actually admired for years the work of Yannis Xenakis. We grew up with his music, also in the academic sense, where we learned about synthesis and music in general. So I will give a very brief composer's perspective. I will not enter any deep musicological analysis because it's not finished yet. So I will, in my turn, talk a little bit about how music works in this documentary. So we have original music that has been composed especially for this documentary because it has to be a documentary music. And so it has to have a special role as part of this documentary. So the format of this music is firstly a soundtrack for film. Soundtrack for film is actually deconstructed music in many tracks. It's not a big musical track, a big work. It can be a work of around 30 minutes of composition but it is divided in small tracks of 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 1 minute, etc., or 5 minutes maybe, smaller forms, because this is the demands of the film. The film is, the documentary is actually an artistic form that is with interviews and with other footage that takes part in turns. So the music had to be able to stand alone as music, but also to serve as soundtrack or to accompany scenes, or to be able to be cut at certain points and dramatize the word and act as a soundtrack. So the first thing was to create a soundtrack. Now, while creating the soundtrack, of course, a soundtrack, we have in mind the image. So we had to be in collaboration together with Akuvos and the rest of the team about the aesthetic of the image, the aesthetic of the interviews, and as a result, the aesthetic of the composition. So another form that has been created throughout the documentary was music, mixed music with performance. We decided to create 4 different performance tracks that appear in between the interviews, so as to give a more artistic expression of the content. Their music had a different role. It had, of course, some of these tracks had to be more rich and more to include more things, more musical things, as traditional music in a sense, that can act as music for which can be work with motion, with body, with performance. So it's a different style. And of course, the third big thing is sound design, and not exactly sound effects. It is the musical elements detached from the original music that actually work as deconstructed materials. For example, a long drone or a short attack that can work as a musical element within a musical piece, but if it is part of a documentary or a scene, it can work alone as to give emphasis to what is being said or what is being shown. So, according to the demands of the documentary, the music composition took an interesting path that had to be interdisciplinary and had to embrace different genres of music. So this was, for me, very challenging. But of course, we had other challenges, that all these things are, firstly and lastly, inspired by Yannis Xenakis' music, but not only music, but also the life, the history, the periods that he went through as a human being, as a citizen, and also, of course, as an artist. So, apart from the original music I compose, we intend to include, this is just an example, some extracts, maybe from Metastasis and Mikini Alpha, which are different pieces, and maybe more works by Xenakis, which demonstrate different periods of his creative life. But of course, it's going to be just extracts. We cannot include a whole work, and we are actually researching the possibility to be able to include within a documentary about royalties, etc., to be able to include some of these extracts of the words. So more challenges, more in detail about the music, which were the challenges. Firstly, I would say the influence and the style. So the music is influenced by Yannis Xenakis, and this was a challenge for me because I actually composed different music. But on the other hand, I didn't want to be mimetic regarding the music of Yannis Xenakis. So this is not a copy, something like that, but it's influenced through long hours of listening and listening again to his works, and of course, researching and listening to the interviews. The interviews gave us from people that knew Xenakis, like Sharon, like Harris, they gave us vital information that can be transcended and can be meta-schematized into art and into music. So I think that the style also is not quite a musical style, but it has to do with the style of the whole documentary. So it's not yet ready, it's in progress, so I will not be very analytic about the music. I hope in a future presentation, we have a special announcement about the musicological stuff that is there to be analyzed within the music. So far, I also need the time to realize what I actually composed, to study again on the final cut of the documentary, and to embrace the finishing of it more musically. So the third challenge was the form and the functionality. As I already mentioned, we have different forms and different functionalities. So the results so far, I just repeat myself, is a soundtrack of around 30 minutes, mixed music, 4 tracks of performance, 2.5 minutes, 3 minutes, totally 10 minutes, and the library of sounds, a huge library of sounds which go into the musical tracks and also into the visual tracks, into the scenes. And at this point, finishing this presentation, and on behalf of the organization, sorry again about the technical, I hope I can share this teaser that is actually one track of the musical tracks, which is the mixed music with the performance. This is the first teaser we made. The trailer you already seen within the breaks. It's a trailer with the interviews, but this is the teaser, which is not with talking heads. It's just performance and a musical track composed for this documentary. Just tell me if you can hear the sound. Can you?
No, we don't hear your sound.
Okay, just give me a second. I will share my screen again and tick the audio sharing. So starting from the beginning, now maybe we have sound. Just say yes if you hear.
Yes.
So this is like a cinematic track that is composed for the introduction. It was just to show you, to have a brief demonstration. Very briefly, I have some tracks here, but I'm not going to go through. This is an example of cinematic style because it's long. It has to go together with the titles or the attacks of the music. The form is molded by the form of the image. So music follows the image in this sense. In another track, which I don't, I'd like just play a little bit, this track, this is the soundtracks here. And this track, for example, is more energetic, it's more rich, and it's intended to accompany the performance. This is going to stop a little bit here. This track is about the first period, the war, and so the organic elements like the instruments, the attacks are symbolizing the machine guns or the war or the drama of the war, etc. The violence of this period, this first period that we researched within the documentary of Meta-Xenakis. Of course, other tracks are more, as I said, more light, more empty, just to serve as part of the sound design. So, and also what I have to mention last here is that we actually, I actually chose to include, as you heard in the teaser, to include some sounds from the actual space of the performance, the barrel rolling, the steps of the performer, or noises from the space act as certain musical characteristics, not exactly like Foley, because you can see the rolling barrel, etc., but the material, the space that actually composes the music. So we reached some results so far. We are very happy to have these ongoing projects. I will not actually reach any conclusions because it's not ended yet. We are in progress. We're still going, and I will stop here. Thank you all, and thank Iakovos and all members of the team. And if we have some time, I would, for questions, I would prefer that we leave this time, available if anyone wants to ask something, and we'll be happy to answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Apostolos and Iakovos, very much. Thank you, Apostolos and Iakovos, very much. We have just 10 minutes to close the whole session and symposium. So if there are any questions, they should be very short, and the answers should be also very short. So is there any question? Thano.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, but you are a little in the background.
Hi, Apostolis. Just a quick question.
Much better now.
I was just wondering if you by any chance used any of the processes of Yannis Xenakis, or if you were influenced from a particular work, or if you would like to elaborate on that. But thank you for the presentation, by the way, and for the work. It's very beautiful, and we're looking forward to see it all together. I didn't mention that. That was very rude for me. But I'm curious about the music that you developed. Could you say a few more words in that respect?
Okay, thank you for the question. Yes, of course, as you can already maybe understood, this track I played is much influenced by Meta-Xenakis, for example. Because I think this work of Xenakis, at the period that it was composed, expresses these ideas. But it was not, of course, as I said, the purpose to imitate the technique, because I cannot, Xenakis is unique and we cannot ever reach him, and he's in a different universe, his own universe, and that's the magical thing. But I tried to study the conditions through the documentary, the life, the situation, the human behind the composer, the drama, that's why and this is maybe, you can see it in the performance, the teaser I played, the performance, the face of the performer maybe embodies some situations of the life of Xenakis, for example, but I'm not going to say much because the director is here, so I'm not going to spoil something, okay? So we want to let, in this sense, the documentary, the performance, to let the viewer and the listener free to choose, because it's kind of abstract, to choose choose how to take that. So I don't know if I answered, but yes, I listened a lot and again to the works of Yannis Xenakis, and inevitably I was influenced, I think. It's not my certain style to write like that. I do electroacoustic music mostly, avoid a lot of instruments. But in this sense, in this case, I used the piano, I used a lot of percussion. And it was for me a nice opportunity to research musically on different areas. And I have to thank the team, but of course I have to thank Yannis Xenakis, if he was alive, for that. The glissandi is a main element there, and of course glissandi is used in music everywhere, but especially in Meta-Xenakis, glissandi were used as a technique. So also I have a transformed orchestra, as you hear in this track and in other tracks as well, transformed instruments, and the idea of Xenakis, the ideology, that the idea of the sound clouds of this, condensed sound, 61 musicians. I didn't use 61 musicians, but maybe I used 61 sounds, 61 files, So this idea of fusion, fission, I don't know the exact translation, of the big sound and the detailed sound. And then this antithesis, of course, was used in my music, and it was a guide for creating the form. I'll come back to more technical details in the future, but so far I can say that. Thank you for the question.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Thanos Ted. Do you hear me, Apostolos?
Yes.
Okay. So thank you very much for this presentation, both of you. I have to admit that it was a personal desire to see a new documentary on Xenakis, so thank you so much for that. And I want to thank you all for being here with us today, virtually or physically. I'm very glad that we had different kind of sessions and different kind of approaches and different kind of contributions on Xenakis life, Xenakis thoughts, Xenakis music, Xenakis inspiration and so on. And I'm very glad that we finally succeeded in celebrating Xenakis all around the world through those 41 hours of Zoom, of presentations. I don't know if anyone is able to follow from the beginning to the end, even on live stream. We are about to close the Greek session and to give the screen to Mexico, where the symposium will end. And I would like once again to thank all those who have helped. Forgive me if I forget someone right now. And especially, once again, the French school, L'École Française d'Athènes, for this so warm hosting. And I will ask Haris Xenakis to close the Greek leg, since he was a pupil, a student of Xenakis and a friend and a collaborator, and perhaps we would like to close with a more personal.
Yes, and the principal, I don't know, victim of the technical problems we had today. Well, simply I should like to, θα ήθελα να αποχαιρετήσω τους Έλληνες υπομονετικούς ακροατές αυτής της μαραθώνιας επιχείρησης. Ο Γιάννης Ξενάκης το άξιζε, πιστεύω, και ελπίζουμε οι εορταστικές εκδηλώσεις της χρονιάς όλων των ειδών και από όπου και αν προέρχονται, ακριβώς να βοηθήσουν τον κόσμο να εκτιμήσει τη συμβολή του Ξενάκη στον παγκόσμιο πολιτισμό. Je voudrais remercier en français, parce que Xenakis était à la fois grec et français, à la fois grec-français et une personne internationale, bien sûr, mais je voudrais remercier les gens qui ont suivi cette opération un petit peu longue et espérer que ces contributions seront à la hauteur de Xenakis et seront là pour nous dire que il y a des choses dans notre civilisation, des choses qui proviennent de quelques personnes, de quelques rares personnes, quels qu'ils soient compositeurs ou scientifiques. Et parmi eux, Xenakis, dont la mémoire nous célébrons actuellement. Alors, je vous remercie de votre patience, de votre présence ici et de votre patience. Et nous passons le système entier.
And yes, let me switch to English and add something to what Harry said in French. That, of course, he was Greek, French-Greek, basically Greek composer, and at the same time international. But I will
Greek,
native.
The most of his life
he spent in France.
And he was a French citizen.
And I would like to use one of his words that I read to you before, that of course music nowadays is international, but when the fruits come from your country, it's even better. And I hope that this initiative to celebrate Xenakis centenary, the Meta-Xenakis, does not stop now with all this organization and manifestation and symposium and so on. We could use it as an inspiration for an internal remembering and celebrating Xenakis and his activity and his life and his work. Thank you very much. And we are passing to Mexico if they're ready. It's 6 o'clock. We have to give